Can you hear me, Carl? I just don't know if my audio is connected.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, Robert, can you hear me? This is Joe.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear.
Okay. For some reason, my...
I'm going to go to make you co-host.
Okay, thanks.
Jeff,
And we are streaming.
Okay.
Is that a bow tie?
So I know that Ron is planning on joining us in a minute. He just asked for the link, so I'll make sure to share it with him. And Sonia won't be able to join us, but it seems to me that other members are going to be able to come.
Tim is in transit trying to get through that or past the storm that's coming our way, so he will probably not be present. Beep, beep.
Hey, Robert, just FYI, been having some router issues that have been knocking me offline.
Okay.
So just in case, I'm not here, this timer won't be accessible, but, just make do, but hopefully that won't occur this evening.
Okay.
It did occur during planning committee, so let's hope.
Oh, yikes. Were you off for very long or?
Not very long. No, I just have to reset the routers. It's one of those things that internet's fine. It's just a router issue right now. Ever since we upgraded to our bandwidth, with our 6-family home and with 4 kids, in home learning, we had to really expand our bandwidth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I bet.
So we've got satellites around the house, but sometimes in the last few days they've been some technical issues. So we'll hope for the best.
Well, I'll stand by, but yeah, I can handle things.
Sure.
Nice tie, Jeff.
Thank you.
How many YouTube videos did you have to watch to tie that thing?
It's let's just say I've had it a long time. I think it's a prom leftover.
Wow.
Does it squirt water when you pull on it?
I'm trying not to pull on it. I might look unprofessional. It's all about image.
Okay.
Well, now I feel even more underdressed than normal.
It's okay. I'm still wearing sweats. And I only bathe occasionally, so it's all right, man. It's all right.
Well, then good thing we're meeting digitally.
That's right. I don't know if it's even you. It's this is all the reality is only what we believe it to be. So, as far as I know, you're not real.
Yeah.
Been watching a lot of sci-fi lately. It's kind of messing me up.
I know that we only have 3 members right now, but we discussed it in the past, and I don't think there's any need for you to have your cameras on before 5:30 if you get fatigued or get tired of looking at your reflection. So
please tell me the rest of you don't see like a big screen with just my face, because that's what I'm seeing right now.
That's what I'm seeing.
Oh, great.
No, I see a grid, a very balanced
view.
Yeah.
Check that view in the right-hand corner.
Hi, Sherry, how are you?
Good. Everybody okay?
Yes.
Does anybody
yes.
believe this will be a shorter meeting?
No.
Maybe,
No.
maybe.
I see 7:40 on there. For the Robert put on their agenda. I got excited.
Those are
Well,
just
yeah.
guesses. Based
Well,
on
I mean, they're guesses, but
Mm.
you know, I think oftentimes they can be motivational too. You know, if you as members look at the suggested time, you can be like, oh dang, we're really behind schedule. So, you
So
know.
we need to cut off Jeff when he's talking.
Oh,
I don't talk a lot anymore. I don't talk a lot
Anymore.
anymore. It used to be, they used to throw me notes during meetings and
I'm kidding.
chastise me. No, that's okay.
Oh, we should do
Not
private
they,
chats with
not
you.
they, Jeff. There was one person who threw you notes.
Yeah.
I mean, Zoom allows a private chat.
Last night I sent Carl a note about something and I realized I'd spelled something wrong and I said to him, I said, well, you do realize that for every single BAR meeting over this past year, on at least one staff report, I've inserted a bunch of gibberish, just to see if you all were paying attention. And yeah, like Carl's response was, "Oh my gosh," I was like a little worried. No, come on, I'm not that foolish. But I have contemplated it. I've even read some that in my first couple of months that I hadn't written, where I'm reading them and going, oh my gosh. Did you, Sherry, do you know that the first staff report I think I ever gave to the BAR, and I was reading it and it was about the replacement of shutters on a house. And I misspelled shutters. And as I was reading it in front of the podium there, I just absolutely froze up. And Melanie leans forward and she goes, you can keep going. And
Aw.
We were all hoping to just read right through that.
Darn. So
We would have made the night a little more interesting,
it's always interesting. So,
All right.
yeah.
I think we need one more person, but I'm really tempted to get moving on
Yeah.
this.
What?
Yeah,
for a
Jody,
room or-
Not for a work
I'm-
session, for a work
Okay,
session.
I can finally hear you all. Having troubles here. I'm quickly at the last second rearranging things because James has problems with his computer. So we're trying to do this so that he can join me in here. Sorry.
Sorry. Looks like someone trick lowered Jody's chair again,
I know, because
You
of the
wouldn't
stack of
believe
chairs.
the setup I have in here.
Jody
I
would
know-
still look tall if he was sitting on the floor.
I know, you're right. I never know what to do. It's like it's one of these buttons. But this is a work session, so we've had times where it's only a couple of the BAR members. So let's get it. I would suggest get it to work at hand and
yeah.
and move forward. There is to the question of a quick night tonight. Yes and no. I think there's some really good topics that we're going to have to address tonight. So those may or may not take a little bit more time than necessary. On the other hand, I think Robert and I, and last night, just some quick conversation back and forth with Breck and Carl. I don't know how well our draft says it, but I think we came down on a rather tight way to do this. And I'll introduce it by saying, just after giving it a lot of thought, we have two things we can do. We can have preliminary discussions and we can have COA applications. And if we box our rules into that, and we also state clearly sort of the some of the consequences for an applicant that wants to try to game it one way or the other. I think that's a pretty good way to lay it out. And then from that, the only thing I have are some questions of like, what are some oddball things that might come up that we have to address, and a little bit of brainstorming on that. But I'm very comfortable with the way we've said things. So now I'm sort of hand it over to you, Carl, and Breck and others, and see what you think.
Well, I guess we probably should summarize real fast because it sounds like some people didn't get a chance to read this. Yeah, I think the introduction's still the same.
Yeah.
So
The
what
main
we're doing-
Or I can summarize, Carl, or you're
Go for it,
welcome
please.
to. Yeah. I think the main departure in this new document that we've circulated to you, compared with what we reviewed last October and before, instead of having a preliminary or intermediary review stage between the initial preliminary discussion and the final COA submittal, where there would be kind of these straw polls at the end of each meeting. Instead of that, we're just going to have, or we're proposing a two-stage process of the preliminary discussion as required by code. And then we'll ask applicants to just go ahead and submit a formal COA submittal, kind of like what's happening right now for 612 West Main. And then at the end of each BAR meeting, even though a submittal might be incomplete, we'll just request that the applicant request a deferral or the BAR defer the project. So it'll be just a series of formal COA reviews instead of what we were proposing before, which were these intermediary reviews.
So I want to jump in on, and this was something Jeff Breck and I talked about last night. On page 3, at the bottom paragraph, you say, prior to a final vote on a COA request, we can require that an item be reviewed at a regular agenda, as a regular agenda item for 2 consecutive BAR meetings, and that the final vote cannot be a consent agenda item. I still have issues with that paragraph. I don't want to force anyone into 2 meetings. I think it's clear that if something has, so the way I would change that paragraph, I would say, in order to facilitate meaningful public participation in this process, the first meeting for a COA request for a project requiring a pre-application conference will not go on the consent agenda. It is recommended that projects proceed quickly from pre-application conferences to applying for a certificate of appropriateness so that the board can benefit from a full staff report and research on the applicant's property in their deliberations. Sorry,
No, that's fine. And I guess now at least I don't have to write the note. We have it. And so the reason behind that, this was some of the discussion we've been having about, okay, what if somebody takes, go back up a couple of lines to where I say there's no requirement for more than one preliminary discussion. However, we can't deny someone who wants, to kind of treat it as, hey, before I write a check, I'm going to go through a preliminary discussion process. And so sort of taking the hypothetical and, maybe somewhat absurd hypothetical, but let's say someone works through almost an entire design through that preliminary discussion process, and then we really, intentionally not have communicated, we're ready to go with this thing. It puts, and the reason I said, I thought about the one meeting, but that, still the public might say, yeah, really, like you're going to listen to us at this one meeting. So I don't know, maybe upping the ante to 2, remove that complaint that we might get. It may or may not happen, but.
So my concern with that is that we're, we have that 60-day requirement to act on an application. 60 days does not necessarily mean 2 months, especially with, how our BAR meetings fall. They could be, 65 days apart, or what, not 65 days, but 35 days apart, whatever. They're, I don't want to get in legal trouble with that. I'm also, as a, thinking of myself as if I were an applicant, I would be really annoyed if I put in all the work for a COA and still had to wait 2 months to get a response. And I feel like it's the way that this process works out. I think it's going to work out anyways without being, how am I trying to put this? When someone applies for a COA, they're going to get the full staff report. They're going to get all the, the mailings will go out. the research will be done. And even if we've seen the project 10 times in pre-application conferences and then the public finally gets notice, we haven't made any rulings. So we can still take into account what the public says. Although generally the public, if we were doing our job, it shouldn't matter what the public says because we're following our guidelines.
Guidelines, right?
You put in there that, in order to facilitate meaningful public participation in this process, section 34-282A, I don't see anything in that section that refers to public participation. And in fact, I see in section 34-284 that published notice is not required, but staff will do it anyways.
The only thing it's in 282A is the all parties are allowed the opportunity to speak. And I did, insert that at its discretion. So again, I'm not advocating one way or the other, just sort of explaining why I did what I did. And it's the other way to address this might be to simply go back up to the preliminary discussion phase and say the BAR encourages the applicant to make a formal submittal, and sort of with the understanding that this is a public process. I don't know, to some way to say that's all. God, we in this community very much want public participation, public involvement, but it is the thing. It is the first question on any issue. So that's my reasons for it. But I agree with Carl. I think you don't want to handcuff a project that's really done all its due diligence and then simply say at the end, well, guess what? You got to come in here and have a perfunctory, 60-day process.
Breck, you looked like you wanted to.
Well, it seems like if they have a complete package, why would it, and they've done the preliminary review, why would it take 60 days?
Jeff was suggesting that we for large projects make a mandatory 2 COA applications required.
Two meetings. The 60 days is per code and essentially allows you that first deferral. So,
I think I agree with Carl. I think it unlikely that someone comes in with a project that large with a totally complete package. But if they were complete, there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to discuss that in a single meeting. But with the preliminary discussions, I guess the only thing I want to just keep an eye out for is I wouldn't want someone to misuse the preliminary discussion as a way of circumventing public notification.
There's nothing we can do about that. That's kind of what this paragraph
So somebody
covers.
can just ask for a preliminary discussion for as many meetings as they want.
I can't say no to them by code. We could certainly make it difficult for them and say, I'm going to put this at the end of the agenda and you got 15 minutes. I mean, we can certainly, after the 5th meeting, the BAR can say, thank you. This looks very interesting. There are, I guess, means to an end there, but I think I'm somewhat convinced also by Carl's suggestion that, or observation, when someone's going through this process, they're not, they're serious. They want to get through this thing. But but as far as the code is concerned, no, I'm not obligated to send out public notice. It is noticed. I do say in here, we talk about, if you wanted to be on there, when we have to get something in, and it is posted as part of the agenda on the city calendar.
Jeff, I do think it's definitely fair that if a project requires a pre-application conference, it should not end up on the consent agenda on its first BAR meeting. So okay. I think that paragraph should definitely say that. I agree with that. And then I think you had said it, and I mean, I agree with this. This language should say the BAR encourages applicants to proceed quickly to applying for a certificate of appropriateness so that the board can benefit from a full staff report and research on the applicant's property and their deliberations. So basically saying that, move ahead, or the board will not receive sufficient information to fully review your project.
All right, so you had an amendment to the paragraph at the bottom, or a revision to it that you had read.
Yeah. Do you want me to
and
email that to you, or?
Yeah, that's fine. And then, but you just said something else, and I'm sorry,
Mhm.
I don't have a copy of it in front of me.
So
where were you on?
again, the part that I just was reading my recommendation again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If Robert sent it to us at 1:51 this afternoon, I
Yeah.
would look for your email.
I guess I'll open up my email and send my comment to everyone.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Oh, I hate Gmail. All right.
Google knows, man.
I have a couple questions.
Yes.
Jeff, has the city attorney's office looked at this, or are you thinking that we'll work on this and then you'll send it up there after we're done with it? I would just love their input on some of these issues. Yeah, so I'm sorry.
I'm weighing my words.
Yeah, we haven't sent it to them yet, but
we
yeah.
received an awful lot the end of last year and the beginning of 2020. And so I'll say this, I have a very solid feeling for what they want us to say. And as long as I am not violating the ordinance. Now, there
was a request last meeting that we have Lee attend this pre-meeting and just be able to talk to us during one of these work sessions on this. I'm not saying, Jeff, you don't understand the
I know you're not.
concepts at all.
I know you're not. I know you're not.
I think there are things that she or somebody in that office may think about that none of us are thinking about. That's what I'm most concerned about.
My plan is to get to, I think.
I just got a copy of a real estate committee of the Virginia Bar Association, and there's an entire article on vested rights, and it's not a clear, easy area for me or anybody to understand.
Yeah, the attorney's been pretty clear that, a COA is not grant a vested right. In their opinion, that they've been solid on that. And I've, as I've said, even, someone cannot go out and build a building just because they have a COA. So there are significant steps ahead. And I've actually been spending a lot of time back and forth with some folks about signs the last couple of days, and saying that it doesn't matter what the BAR may or may not approve. We do not, preempt zoning. But in that regard, yeah, my plan was to get this to where there's agreement on it. I know there's some of the language will probably get, rewritten. These guys are very good at grading my grammar. And but that was my plan, is to have something that we agreed to and then get it to them. But I don't foresee a lot of scratching out of, you can't do this, you can't do that. I do believe that, yes, some things I think that we can make as a statement of in our bylaws and how we, respond to some things. But those are some questions that are at the end that we can get to.
So kind of along, I think Brock's question was, so what if an applicant, and you mentioned Petri dish in your email, Jeff. I still haven't gotten through all the materials. I've gone through the meeting materials, just not the emails that came in today. But so what if an applicant, and we have one that's doing this, and we may grant them a COA this evening, or it may go on, but on these very large projects, how, and actually let's go back to the preliminary discussion.
Mm-hmm.
What if they do take up our time meeting after meeting with like more than an hour's worth of discussion? They resubmit, it looks different, completely different, and just say they are doing this in good faith and they're trying to take direction from us. They come back, we give them more discussion. How much of our public body's time can the applicant take before they have to submit a COA?
Some of this is, could be answered in terms of, you all, this BAR has its concept of, what it wants to see, what it's willing to approve. 5 years from now, it might be a majority of individuals that say, I don't care, that sketch looks fine to me. I as staff can only, feed so much in the machine. And that's where I think if let's say there's a rogue BAR that just says, yep, I don't care, it looks good, he wrote it on a napkin. There is that appeal process, which is a stopgap, so there's on that end can solve things, but there's nothing to prevent you all from, in fact, even in these rules, from approving something regardless of the quality of the content they provide. So we're trying to offer them an outline. We're repeatedly saying these are guidance, but you all could, and in fact, you all could, or a BAR could ignore this policy and approve something at that first meeting, because as long as they don't violate the code. So there's I don't know, kind of
wouldn't have been noticed and all that. So, and we wouldn't have had public hearings. So we could, in most cases, we can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, even if we said tonight, yeah, we want to have this sort of recommendation that, our policy is that we want to give something to BAR meeting, 2 regular meetings. If you all, or, a new BAR, it came in that first meeting and the BAR made a motion to approve and voted and approved it, there's no recourse. I mean, I could say, hey, you guys didn't follow your rules, but there's nothing in the regulations that prohibits the BAR from doing that. So that's where the sort of the fuzziness is. And when we discussed this with council at the beginning of the year, it came down to, we're all going to have to be very honest with one another and really, kind of trust each other, because a lot of these meetings, we're going to be expressing information that isn't enforceable. So in the end, you all will make that decision. And if, for example, at the 4th preliminary discussion, somebody's going on for an hour, I mean, that's really where someone on the BAR needs to say, excuse me, in my opinion, this has gone on long enough. You need to,
We've got our feedback.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
take it.
Yeah, but there's,
Well,
again, nothing in the ordinance that says you have to sit there for 2 hours.
Right, and there was an application recently that was for preliminary discussion, and I think it just fell. Zoom meetings kind of are a weird, it's hard. You want to make sure that they're the way that the temporal thing with Zoom meetings is difficult, but I felt like this discussion went on for a long time, and it wasn't a major, it might be over 350, but I didn't think that it was presented to us like that. It's not a major commercial development. I did look really quickly at the checklist, which I think would be helpful. So the 2 things I thought would move things along, especially in the Zoom context, which doesn't seem like we're going to get out of this anytime soon. I thought a good checklist of, I think I had suggested, I think the applicants should not only provide us with materials in advance enough to, even if it's a couple of days, but come prepared to ask us questions. I think what tends to slow down preliminary discussion is when they put something in.
Yeah.
And then if we all go quiet, I think the burden should absolutely be on them to ask and come and if they aren't prepared to ask us questions about the materials before us, then they're done in a half an hour, honestly. And I think, so my second suggestion is, can we limit preliminary discussions to an hour? Or, at the discretion of the chair, like when he sees the agenda, he collaborates with Robert, he guesses based on the materials, we'll need this amount of time because Carl's been on the BAR long enough to know, okay, we need 45 minutes for that, or an hour and a half, whatever. We set down that time, and then then the clock starts at that moment, and then we give them that, and we can extend it. But I just think that kind of not allowing for people to come back and have 2 hours of our time, meeting after meeting, is a good, I think we are permitted legally to set boundaries. And I think guidance, like come and ask us questions. Don't just say, what do you guys think? That's when,
Right,
that's
right,
when we get quiet and there's nothing said for like 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And I
That's,
think
I think
yep.
they need to be super prepared.
if
So
we
anyway,
get
those are
someone-
my suggestions on that level.
if we get someone who's like, testing real estate and they keep coming back, month after month with a different concept, I mean, I think we can definitely do a 5-minute discussion and be like, yeah, that looks okay. Bring it to us as a concept or forget it. I mean, you're right. This is on us to, or I guess right now on me to set limits.
The thing, we traditionally have, these items are the last items, and often it could be at the end of a long meeting. And, I've kept track of meetings, of how long items take, and oh my gosh, I'm rarely correct. It's amazing how, I don't know, there is no algorithm. Sometimes I'm just shocked at how long something happened or how quickly we got through it. We could, when the age of COVID is over, you can take a project and say, we're going to have a special meeting on a Thursday night and dedicate it to that project. That's one way to do it. I think the other way is just simply being really, I will tell people who have called and said, hey, I want to get this on the BAR agenda to talk about it. And I'll say, we have 8 items. We're going to be talking about this at 10 o'clock at night. And that's not what the BAR wants to do. So, but I agree with you. And maybe this is where, some laying some things out in our bylaws about, that could be helpful to people. But I think as far as the process goes, I was going to ask too on the checklist, and I appreciate the comment here, is one of the things to ask is, I say a thing, but in what format do you want to say it? I mean, do you want samples? Do you want cut sheets? Do you want a wall section? And this is where maybe some, again, forget about things that come in and take us 15 minutes to approve a project of a scale, that would go through this process. And we don't have to solve it tonight, but it would be, saying to them, I want to see these details and here is how I wish to see them. And these are the way, this is how we could get through it. So that's what I'd like to get out of that checklist, if you could.
Before we get into the details of the checklist, can I say something or ask something or show my ignorance, which I'm going to do just naturally? I'm clearly missing an awful lot from, it seems to me, and I've spent the last 2 hours reading this thing. We're trying to create a third process without creating a third process.
Correct.
And I suppose there are laws that say you can't have something called interim reviews that are steps toward a final COA. So I'll take that off the table. That seemed like a reasonable third process. So I guess we're trying to allow interim reviews and calling them preliminaries, and we're going to allow as many preliminaries as the applicant wants. Is that, or are we trying to allow as many COA applications and let them defer before we vote on a COA? Which way are we doing this?
The first thing we're trying to do is to, I think most importantly, is express to applicants that, and hopefully in time we won't have to, but express to them, here is how the Board of Architectural Review is going to treat these large scale projects. You are not going to get you're not going to get a COA for massing and scale. You're not going to later get a COA for your materials. And so there's, right, you understand that. And so it's now, this is so that we can say to applicants who ask me, well, what's this process going to do? What's this going to mean? How am I going to go through this? I'm able to say, well, here, we've laid it out. This is, here are your options. And the truth is, by sticking to our ordinance, it's sort of almost a tough love set of instructions. We're saying, here are the pros and here are the cons. Y'all can you could ignore these or, ignore them at your peril. But
So we are doing a number of preliminary reviews, and we're just,
Jody, to your question,
when an applicant knows they have a large project and they know that it's going to take more than one going in front of the BAR, then they know ahead of time that it's going to be that third process that they can't name. So they should know, well, yeah, for this first one, I'm looking for massing and scale. For the second one, I'd like to do materials. For the third, they should know ahead of time which phase of their design they're going to come in for BAR write-off or BAR comment. So why? And I certainly want to know when they come in for materials, I want to know what they know that they're coming in to asking for our comment on materials, and that they're not just coming in and showing us the whole thing and fishing for whatever they can get out of us. I think we need to set up a third process, folks. I think this we're killing ourselves with this, and there's a lot that's going to fall between the cracks.
Yeah, it's some of this, and I agree, part of it should be for the applicant to say, what is it that you want? And I do tend to do that now, say, what is it that you want to hear from the BAR? What is it you're looking for comments on? And that could be one of these things. Maybe the way to think of it is we're establishing an etiquette for these, for how these projects are reviewed. But to answer your first question, no, this is exactly the same process as before. It's the same ordinance. Although these do have a required preliminary discussion or a pre-application conference, they can have one or more. They always could. The only thing that's changing is we're saying when you bring this thing in incrementally, the BAR is only going to approve it when the application is complete. And I'm quietly trying to say to them is, and if you come in and say, well, I want you to vote tonight, then the default for the BAR is to deny based on an incomplete application that doesn't allow you all to review the guidelines. Now, here's another hypothetical. I guess it's possible that someone could come in and say, I do have a complete set of drawings. I completely designed, the standard, and I want the BAR to review it tonight. So, that one would be a little odd because I guess I don't know how I'd handle that meeting. You might have to go with a second meeting, but a lot of this is going to have to be flexible, in as we go.
This is where the staff is there to provide guidance to the applicants and let them know what they can apply for, what they need to make that application, and then if they don't have it, then tell them that they're going to have to wait till they get it all. Correct?
Yeah, Jody, I think, to your very first question, I think we are encouraging them to go ahead and after the pre-application meeting to go ahead and get their project submitted so that it's on the record. They paid their fee. We get the full information so that we can review it properly. But I do think it needs to be flexible. I don't have the same concerns with you about the third process. There's just a huge range even within these projects. $350,000 isn't that much for construction anymore. And so the difference between somebody putting an addition on their house and the code building is not going to go through the same process. And so it's still going to need to have that flexibility. I think I think we've come a long ways, and I actually don't think we're that far apart. I don't see any real controversial parts to this document that you guys have pulled together.
Let me ask one question, and because there's some language we can be using, and the reason I eliminated that intermediate review is, that might be something we just use as, it's sort of like, it is, but we only have two terms that we can officially use, that pre-application conference or preliminary discussion. One, the second being this is a COA request. Where I am at risk on these, and this is why I do want to have some of this, at least I'm going to continue to call it an etiquette because I think that works better, is there is while complete application is not specifically defined, in truth, what we're building towards is a complete application. If, like, for example, there was some questions from legal when we first had this discussion. They're like, well, you mean, well, why are you taking the BAR? Why are you taking to them an application that's not complete? And I said, well, it doesn't work that way. That's not how this design process works. So I don't want to get into, or whoever is in my position, start to catch hell because we're bringing to the BAR things which we know you cannot approve a COA for. But I think it's in our interest that, you know, we share with you what we get, knowing that this is building towards it. So so some of this is, yeah, to cover my back, and so you also to acknowledge, yeah, we're willing, we know these aren't complete. So hope that makes sense. Makes sense in my head. Well, other than, you know, Carl's recommendation, I mean, and I think it's a good one, is there, I could, you know, we can work towards getting this to legal, and then maybe we could jump to some of my questions at the end just to get an idea of what you guys, I don't know if they were included in it or not.
No, you've got them at the end.
Okay. So, you know, I've been going back through, you know, some of the really big projects, you know, that the BAR's dealt with. This isn't going to happen a lot. I just know it's going to happen at least 2 or 3 times in the next year or two. The court's 612, certainly with what we expect to have happen on West Market Street. So just to be clear on some things, so a lot of times we assign BAR numbers to a project, and that COA is given to that BAR number. And so, for example, demolitions on something on a scale that's not, you know, just a small part of a building, that's a separate COA. Like tonight, you'll be discussing a COA to allow the demolition at the Levy building. It's not, the next thing that comes in is not going to be the same, you know, project number. It's going to have a new BAR number, and you will grant a COA to that. So we're clear on that. Sometimes in a lot of these that I've looked at historically, there have been special use permits recommendations that BARs had to make. It appears that a couple times in the past that they've served as the preliminary discussion. Just wondering if that's something I can, you know, if we face something like that, if you would be comfortable with that, yeah, tell the applicant.
Jeff, since we've got these in front of us, how about we answer those before we move on to the others?
Yeah, what I wasn't following then.
I mean, what's fine. It sounded like you're going to keep.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So
the number thing, I mean, I think that's more your deal than ours, but it seems to me that a preliminary discussion needs to be attached to its COA because it's a requirement for that COA. But that's the numbering thing seems like your deal more than ours. Anybody have a concern or preference either way?
Would that help someone trying to track down the history of a project? Would that let them figure out if it was on the agenda as a preliminary discussion item?
The way things are set up, we have them by address, and I've begun to add staff reports to preliminary discussions. So those should begin to show up in the record. But in the past, it was kind of made clear, you know, you're on your own, come in and talk to the BAR. We've begun to do that with a little more preparation. So yeah, that BAR number, I could assign it to that. That's fine. And just realizing though that if there is a demolition associated with it, it gets a different number. That's
a demolition doesn't require a pre-application conference, but a COA of a certain size does. So it seems like it, you know, it's almost like it's proof that COA had its pre-application conference.
Yeah. Okay.
That makes any sense?
Yes, it does.
For the SUP, I think that's fine.
Okay.
That when we get an SUP, that's the pre-app conference. Anyone disagree?
And if it isn't, you know, well, again, since there's no criteria for what a pre-application conference is, although you could always, the BAR can always say, you know, that was interesting, but so that's helpful. I wrote about the preliminary discussion without public input, and I probably should have crossed that out. There's nothing we can really do but we do have allowed comments in meetings. So as long, I think maybe I can codify that in the bylaws that,
Okay.
we will, is that what we would agree with that? Okay.
Yeah, we should allow comment, and we should figure out when and where that happens, but yeah.
Because a lot of times it's something that's like, oh, well, you can speak about it at the end of the at the beginning of the meeting. It matters for the public. Maybe we can make it flexible. And then we just said about the special use permit. Demolition requests, I also noticed, have been, go ahead.
I think that needs to be, it could happen the same night, but I think it needs to be a separate agenda item.
Okay.
We definitely, while we do consider what will happen on a site after a project's demolished or a building's demolished, we're not supposed to. So I think it just legally makes it clear if they're two separate agenda items. But if they happen, one after the other in our meeting, I think that's fine.
That's very helpful.
But yeah, I don't think, it can't serve on its own as a pre-app conference, because that demolition has its own set of guidelines and considerations, and it might not include any discussion of the architecture.
Okay. Okay. The this is one I'll ask legal, and that is, prior to a meeting, I would ask an applicant, like, Jeff has already said, we're going to defer. I'm letting you know. And again, that would just be the remedy for you all would be if somebody reneges on that, you all can enforce it with a denial. But does that seem fair for me to do that?
Right.
Can you make that as part of your recommendation that this application is not yet complete and we will recommend a deferral?
Okay.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Okay. And then
and the applicant should be clear of what it is that they're coming to the BAR.
Yeah, that's a big one. And it's just, we're going to be, I think we've had mixed success. Like tonight, you all, when you discuss the parking garage, what they're working towards is drafting an RFP. And what they said to me, what are the things that are really important to the BAR we account for? And I had said, we're not good at looking at a blank piece of paper and someone saying, what should we draw on? So I said, you really need to bring in some discussion points. So I think they will be prepared.
At that point, you tell them to go look at the guidelines.
Right. Well, yeah, yes and no. But we'll.
What else can we do?
Well, and so that's, we could say that. And again, that's where, you all as individual members could say, Jeff, this is, the guidelines are available to you. I think what they're trying to do is say, I suggested to them, get some images of garages around town and say, where did they go wrong? What are things that, and not, again, to preempt a discussion of the design, but just as you say, to kind of say, I said to them, what do you want the BAR to help you with? Be clear about it. Don't just say they want help. But I'm making a note about that. And then, so the last one is really where I get kind of stuck. To me, some things are easy. The gate at 230 or at Code Building, that was different. But we've had, for example, at the Quirk Building was 3 properties. And sometimes we were talking about all of them. Sometimes we were talking about one of them.
The Quirk you keep mentioning, we never talked about all of them at once. We just talked about 2 and 1.
2 and 1, okay.
That site was always a separate project.
Well, in the references in the old staff reports, they're lumped together. Okay. But I think, that's one of those questions of, does a COA apply to, a parcel number? Does it apply to an application? But I think that this is what I'm going to ask legal is, let's say, 6 months into a project, they want to change like at code building from the to a thin set brick or whatever it was. It doesn't, I don't, at some point I can say, this is a modification with, and you are allowed to approve with conditions, and with the condition that this is an amendment to the COA of blankety blank. I mean, that to me would pass legal muster. But so that's my fight on that end. But for you all, what's that tipping point at when something becomes different and new?
So, sorry, I keep jumping in on this, but I don't know that it really matters to us. I think this whole question is a question of fees. Technically, an amendment it's a new COA. If we don't approve it, they still have their previous COA. So I don't really, I mean, how you name it doesn't seem to matter to me. I guess what matters to me is how easy it is for someone to, if construction's happening and the brick is no longer available, they need to be able to quickly come to us and say, can I use this different brick? And not be scared to come to us, because I'd rather them come to us than not come to us and try and hide it. But that's, I don't think it matters what we call it. Does anybody?
Seems like if it's a change to something that's approved that is under construction, that should stay under the same COA.
That's helpful. Think of it in once you've had the CO, then it's new. Okay.
If it's a new element, it seems like it should be like I don't know, the gate at the code building, that end up being that was a new COA.
I treat it as a new COA, simply because it wasn't it was a new element. I made a judgment that it stands alone. God, that's a toughie.
I think the trickier part are some of those sometimes late. I think we agreed landscape would not needs to be as part of the COA, and lighting needs to be part of the COA. But signage, what do we decide on signage?
We treat it separate. On the quirk, we treated it separately, but I made it a new application.
I mean, signage makes sense to be that'd be fine if that's a separate COA, because I mean, often you get a building before you get a tenant sometimes.
Here's the problem with that. By code, you all only review signage as a function of a new project, a project COA. I review signage if that is the only thing that's being proposed. Because of the scale of what they were talking about, the quirk, I made the decision to bring it to you all. But usually, like Potbelly Pig or whatever wants to put up a sign, I review that and apply the guidelines.
Nobody's going to have their signage figured out before they need their building.
You're right. And landscaping, the only reason I had that in there is that there are oftentimes it's just like with the quirk, fortunately we had a separate parcel that we could assign it to, but there are, they go through the design and let me do this. I think I'm going to because you're correct. You guys are saying it's really whether I give it a new number or not, that's mine. Whether I charge a new fee for it, that's a tenant's an easy one. Minor change, there isn't really an instructions on that.
You could do some text that just says something along the lines of at the discretion of the director of NDS or his agent. Okay. An amendment to a COA could result in a new fee or not.
Okay.
Or whatever.
But again, this is in the context of a large scale project. This is in the context of and I mean, really the one that stands out is actually 600 West Main, where, there were 4 preliminary discussions and then 7 regular meetings. And then 4 different additional meetings to modify and revise things, paint color, things like that. So, all right, and I think that's just going to have to be a judgment call, and yeah, like you said, kind of at the discretion of NDS staff, and I just bring it to you. All right. Well, I'm good shape with this. With the change you have, yeah, we want to talk to legal. If you all have any comments on the checklist, we can get to that. I did want to around 5 o'clock, just talk through the agenda real quick, and make sure you all know some background, or if you have any questions, just so we can avoid some, throwing of things during the meeting.
You got the note on the chat that please do include in your review process document, that during a pre-application conference, the applicant needs to bring questions.
Correct. Yeah, that's I've written it several times. What is it? What do they want to know?
So were you saying that we'll take a short break and then
I was going to just talk real quick through the agenda, and then at quarter after stop and just while we have our brains running. Anything on the agenda that you all have any questions about?
Can we just clarify what
Oh,
612, the new information on 612, it's not very many new drawings. So is it specifically just looking at that one elevation drawing that they have?
so
So this
what I
case in point of, I'd like to know what they're wanting us to look at.
yeah, and I've got to get on. I had said to Jeff, he knows he's the petri dish, or he's in the petri dish on this one. What I had asked is that when you give us drawings, that you date that, if I guess we had sheets 1 through 15, but then he sent out some new that have their pages 1 through 7. And I said, do not number what you already have unless it's, changed to that. If you change number 1 and give me a new number 1, cloud it and date it. But don't, give me another page number 2 that's got nothing with the current page number 2. So that's something if you all could express to them tonight, because what that allows is then we put the drawings into that sequence. We can see what the changes have been, and we know what we're looking at. I think my understanding is the pages they gave us with the notes on it, the intent was to say, we've addressed or here's what we heard you all say. Did we address it? I didn't see it going that far. I didn't, see anything clouded or anything like that. And then the new stuff is additional information. But I do not have from them tonight what they want to hear. So that's something you can ask them right from the get-go.
But since there were several emails about it, I just want to confirm that what is in Robert's final packet is all of the information. There's nothing else.
Correct. There's, I think, the 15 pages with the notes in it. Not all pages have notes, but those pages, and then the additional 7 or 8 that they gave us with some new information on it. And that's the extent of what they provided. Yes.
I think what we're going to find out, and I don't know if anyone else got an email from Jeff last month, but I think they're struggling a little bit with the advice we gave them, and they want some clarity. So this might be a little bit of a repeat of last time, just to make sure that they understand exactly what we want. And
I talked to Tim when he called, just to add to this. He asked if I would convey this. He's concerned about that we have the 600 West Main is very dark, and it's sort of on that shady side of West Main, which, you know, makes that area look even darker. And he said that you know, his disappointment was in the color, and he hopes that what is new wants to have some expression of color, that it's not a dark canyon. So that's what he was most concerned about. That's what he wanted to ask.
Jeff, is Tim the owner?
No, Tim the Moore.
Oh, our Tim. Got it.
Our Tim. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's trying to escape the blizzard. He and Sherman have their snowshoes on, and they're sledding down from the great Northeast tonight. Anything else on 612? I wanted to touch briefly on the matter of the court expansion and Levy building. So I had at first hoped to recommend that or request that they do some sort of a phase 1 level archaeological survey, relatively simple, and I think it's appropriate given the site. I think I've demonstrated that. I was advised that the BAR cannot require it, and I will say I'm still not sure. I understand the BAR is allowed to approve with conditions, so I don't understand that fine line of when a condition of approval becomes something that you all are not allowed to apply. But be that as it may, what I have offered is a recommendation and I believe the applicant was willing to consider it. We'll see. The other thing that legal said you all could always do is, if you feel that, given the guidelines that I cite, if this application is conflict with that, then you deny and you cite it as such. So that's an option for you. The comments I made about Mr. Jewett possibly still being in the ground over there, it seems, I've heard from others and who've done some work on this, it seems very possible he is there, very likely he is there. That's their due diligence. That's not something that we have to require of them. There is the state law is very strict about human remains, and particularly if you've been alerted to that. So you don't need to get into that this evening. And the other thing I was going to say is I suspect there may be some comments about, well, we're only knocking down this building. What do we want to look at the parking lot for? The truth is the parking lot will be removed, and, you know, or at least the parking in the project area will be pulled up as part of this process. So that's why I offered, as, you know, it's fair and reasonable to say that when that's done, you should take a look and let's figure out what's there. So does that help with that?
Yeah, I wonder if, Jeff, since you've had recent adventures with ground penetrating radar, I wonder if that would be something that might be part of a phase 1 archaeological overview, just to see if there's any interesting or, you know, structures that might require more investigation.
I don't know. I thought about that, and I don't know if GPR, I guess it could be calibrated for, it's calibrated for what level you want it to pick things up. It is a blunt instrument. It's good at detecting, as you said, that the possible footprint of a prior building. Maybe there's a location of a well. It is useless as far as identifying where maybe there are, you know, remnants of militia activity that, you know, indicates how it was used, or coins and buttons, etc. So I don't know of any structures there other than what looks maybe a small shed or a privy, and we have a report of a well, and certainly we have you know, Mr. Jewett. So I think it's possible, but I think it would be somewhat of a blunt instrument. A much better way to do it is really just with they go around with a hole digger and just sift through it. So it's relatively primitive and relatively easy. There shouldn't be anything that they're afraid of, and it's not, as I explained to Eric, there aren't structures there where we're going to say stop everything. We have to restore, you know, that's the temple to Jupiter. That's not, you know, what we're looking for. So, okay. And then I don't see a whole lot of issues with the Oakhurst project. I mean, there's a lot of detail there. This is one of those projects where there's a lot of information and renderings, and we know from past experience that renderings and construction drawings, sometimes we have some conflicts, but the nature of the site and the nature of the addition, I'm not overly worried about that. But that's where I stood on that. And then the library thing. I do, if it helps, I did have some conversation. They evaluated different routes. They played with every permutation they could. They had one place that went in the basement, ran into asbestos on the inside. Another place there was no inside. So we don't have a lot to work with, and I laid out those options, which they seem to be amenable to. It is a city project, so no one's gonna scream and yell at us. But did you have any questions about how that might be done, or Breck, did you have any ideas of how that might be shielded with vegetation?
No, I don't think that's a good idea.
Right.
I think, I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal personally. I think if they were to paint it carefully to match the brick and trim, it would go away, or a small enclosure. I don't think.
We tell them a trompe l'oeil that replicates brick. Just no. All right, that's helpful. Thank you. And then, last thing on the parking garage, somewhat addressed it earlier. I know you all seen the emails from the individual very, displeased with I don't know, a design that I have not seen. So I don't know really how to respond to that other than the way I did.
Do you know how long that facade is?
I can measure it. I think, if I recall, I laid out a lot of the things that I told. I had a long conversation with them a week ago, and I said I felt pretty good about what things you all would be concerned about, and I don't know, maybe it was just Breck and Carl and I at the beginning, but the comment I made to them, this building has 4 sides. You need to address all 4 sides. And I also said, that this is an opportunity. This is a corner. This is a public space. And I said that I referred to the Water Street parking garage and how, I've always liked that overhang. It kind of, there's even though it's on the south side, but it feels like a public space, a large open space. And I said that might be preferable to trying to, squeeze in retail spaces into a compressed piece of this building. So, but those were just my thoughts. And, but I think the idea of how this thing fits into that corner as sort of a cornerstone to the city, and with an opportunity for that civic space with it, I think that's where you guys can really offer some good advice. And then the thing that I was really strong with them about is that this cannot be a continuous building that runs those 2 blocks. There's got to be something at 8th Street that replicates something, that cuts through that building, even if it doesn't have access on the north side. There's got to be a way to make that building look permeable, because Jody's used the best word years ago for that one.
Well, just my really quick Google Earth takeoff is that's 390 feet. And just for comparison, let's think about the building that Jeff Dreyfus is pulling forward to us. That's 170 feet. And think about the kind of modulation that we're looking for in that building. And this is twice as long potentially.
It's got, like it butts up against that S&P Global building. I don't know, that's something we'll look at. I asked them to look at what's happening on the back there. That alley that runs behind Guadalajara now, what does that become? And I used an image of, that alley next to the parking garage, if you go down past Market Street Market and turn left by the tobacco store, that back alley, it works as a vehicular access, but it's kind of, I don't know, maybe we don't want something that's just for trash cans and people on a smoke break, but those are the kind of things you can talk about.
Can I say something? In our planning commission meeting, this project came up, and it was expressed by planning commissioner that why the heck are we having to do anything historic on this site, because, or comply with any kind of historic district architectural design control district requirements, because it's not really historic. It's on the fringe of it. It's facing 9th Street or High Street, whatever it's called. And it's across the street from a garage or near a garage. So I think we need to, if the BAR agrees, I want to be emphatic on why this needs to comply with the ADC requirements.
And so to add on to that, when the city adopted the downtown ADC district, it brought all structures in as contributing, which meant that primarily that their demolition had to be reviewed by the BAR. Non-contributing in other districts, you don't have to see. And that was somewhat in recognizing that we don't want to lose buildings just for the sake of losing them. While we don't typically discuss what's coming next, I think that there are grounds for kind of asking about timing. I think that's reasonable. I think something was done when we talked about the down there at the other end of West Market. But the other thing is that what goes there has to be it. And I told the applicants that we're not looking for red brick and white trim. I said, in fact, quite the opposite. I said, but it still has to be sympathetic to what we have here. It has to be in relationship to that design. And so that's the other reason. So historic district is the right term and the wrong term, but it is the gateway into the downtown, and I think all the more reason to give it some attention.
I made this argument, I think 7 years ago when I first got on the board. We're not the board of we're the board of architectural review. We're not the board of historic review. So I mean, we review new construction. I'm surprised that there's a planning commissioner who
yeah. It's and I think, and I've told people that you all wear both hats very well. And that's one of the really fun things about the BAR is that you're in the process of shaping the city, as well as preserving things, and so it's great to have that dual skill set. So the other thing I guess I would just say real quick, so we don't have to talk about it later. I don't know, I had this thing in there. Is it still in the agenda about the bylaws and the November meeting?
Yes.
I don't say ignore that, but just so you all know, I know we elected our chair and vice chair on different, not in November, but we can just recognize that that's what we're supposed to be doing, and we can make sure we do that next year.
I checked the ordinance today. It looks like we're supposed to do that in July.
Really?
There may be a conflict between one document and another. But
gee, surprise, surprise. You want to go read the sign regs for me and tell me what you see there? Just so you all know, the CLG training. So I did get the paperwork from DHR. I have to do our FY19, FY20 audit. I think it's due in February. So I know I'd sent a note out about it with some suggestions, but there's no requirement of time or anything. And most of you have professional things that you attend that we can apply to this. I mean, that's why you're on this, in order to offer that perspective. So if you've done something in the last year, let me know. I mean, you know, if you attended a conference about real estate law, if you attended a conference about, if you've done something that can be applied here, or watched a webinar, let me know, and that way I can get that incorporated into the thing. And
Jeff, I've done lots of things.
I know Jody's.
It's going to take me a while to go through my calendar to find them. Give me a deadline, please. When do you
I will, and I'll send you the dates out for that as well. The yeah, I was gonna say, I think we can probably take Jody.
I will not do it until I know I have to.
I think last year it was like all we had was stuff Jody did. So you know, maybe they're onto us, but I will send that out. Yes, thank you. I know we were going to do something on lighting. I'm still looking at that. I happen to be and I know at one more minute, I happen to be, I was asked to speak to the League of Women Voters a couple of weeks ago about Albemarle County's natural resources and scenic preservation plan, which, as most of you know, I had a lot of involvement a decade or so ago. But reading through it, there's some really strong language about dark skies and lighting. And so what's got me thinking is I need to go and lay those side by side with the city, and it may be in there exactly what Tim's looking for. So that's what that comp plan approach means. So that's what I'm working on. Don't have anything for you on there yet. I was going to save the Burley announcement till later, just so it's on, but so you all know, yet Burley is now on the National Register of Historic Places. So something big, something exciting. And with that, Mr. Chair, I hand it to you. And
let's just take a break.
Break.
Oh, I can't get my camera set.
To any member, to any members of the public who are on the call, we're going to take a break until 5:30, and then we'll reconvene for the regular agenda.
We're all going to watch Carl's kittens, right?
Yep.
Yes, a break indeed.
That's there we go. You went, that was a long walk. That was a long walk. Oh. Hmm. I don't know what exactly is happening. It seems frightening. Nope. It's very antsy. Winter storm.
Hey, Jeff, are you there?
I am here.
I've got a question for you.
Hey, man.
Just because I don't know how the DHR works with them. If you have a DHR property identification number, is it possible to look that up anywhere?
Yes, yes. You can look it up in VCRIS, and Robert has access to it. And so it doesn't have, I mean, it'll have whatever was submitted to DHR in a survey done on it. There may also be information that I have in my database that I can share. So those are the two ways to look at it. So if you just send it to Robert, he can look up the numbers, and if you have the address, just let me know and I can look it up.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. It's not in Charlottesville. It's up near Warrenton, but
Oh, okay. So yeah, it would be in just using VCRIS, and it's I think it's publicly accessible. There's different settings. So for example, I think Robert and I can go in and access things and edit things. There's, you know, you may be able to access it yourself. But he knows how to get there and
Yeah.
find what you need.
I'm just coming back. I'm sorry. What property is this?
Oh, it's just a project that I'm looking at doing some research on. It's up near the Warrenton. It's a
Cool.
historic home that looks like it was burned down there during the Civil War and then was part of a battlefield, and it's some interesting history.
It's just up near, or I guess it would be south of the city, like near the country club or whatever it is down there.
I don't know that area very well. This is near Auburn or Catlett.
Yeah. So yeah, as you move over towards the railroad, the track that runs into Warrenton was just a spur. Really not a whole lot happened there, you know, as far as shooting. But yeah, you move over towards to the east side there, and you know, kind of western Prince William County. Yeah, all along the railroad track. There was in fact a big cavalry engagement at Catlett. Interesting. Cool.
Hey, Sonia,
Welcome.
on your tree.
What's that?
I was complimenting Sonia on her tree.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Sorry, I'm having computer issues. I had to get a loaner, so I'm on my plug-in headphones, which I don't know if they have a microphone or not.
It doesn't sound like the microphone is in the headphones.
It's probably out here on my screen. So
Yeah.
Fortunately, Jody checked out a conference room, so he doesn't have to hear me shout.
What are you guys doing still at work? I haven't been at work in months.
You don't have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old.
I remember.
They would be all on this BAR call.
Yeah, it's
Oh, it's 5:29, which means that we'll be starting in about 45 seconds. We already have 11 people joining us, including some members of the press. So right at 5:30, I'll go ahead and start my brief introductions, and then I'll hand things over to Carl. So just to get started, everyone, my name is Robert Watkins. I'm city staff. Welcome to the December 2020 Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review virtual meeting. The script that I usually read off of is not loading right now, so I'm just going to wing this. I am staff. I'm going to give just a brief introduction to the virtual side of things for tonight's meeting, and then I'll hand things over to Carl Schwartz, the chair of the Board of Architectural Review. Since we're on a screen, for the sake of anybody viewing at home, I'm just going to go over who's who on this meeting. I'm staff, as well as Jeff Werner, who's the city's lead historic preservation planner. Members of the BAR include Chair Carl Schwartz, Vice Chair Brett Gastinger, and then BAR members Sonia Lingle, James Zemer, Sherry Lewis, Andy McClure, and Jody Lehendro. We may also be joined by BAR member Ron Bailey later on. For the purpose of public comments for tonight's meeting, there are a couple of places in the agenda that we allow public comments. One of them is at the very beginning of the meeting. And then before each individual application, we allow public comments. If you're on the call and you'd like to provide comment, we ask first, if you're not already, you register for the meeting, and you can do that on the city calendar at charlottesville.gov. And then once you're in the meeting, you can raise your hand using the raise hand feature in the participant list. Or if you're calling in, press *9, and then I can allow you to speak for the purposes of public comment. If you're an applicant or a presenter on the call right now for tonight's call, you're currently an attendee, but then when your application comes up on the agenda, I'll promote you to panelist. And when that happens, you'll briefly be kicked out of the call, but then you'll join back in, and you can mute yourself or unmute yourself, and you can have video capabilities. And just again, you'll be kicked out of the call very briefly, so don't worry too much about that. So anyway, that's all I have to say for now. So I will hand things over to Carl Schwartz, but if there anything else that comes up tonight, feel free to ask me.
All right, well, welcome to this regular monthly meeting of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. Staff will introduce each item, followed by the applicant's presentation, which should not exceed 10 minutes. The chair will then ask for questions from the public, followed by questions from the BAR. After questions are closed, I'll ask for comments from the public. For each application, members of the public are each allowed 3 minutes to ask questions and 3 minutes to offer comments. Speakers shall identify themselves, provide their address. Comments should be limited to the BAR's purview, that is regarding only the exterior aspects of a project. Following the BAR's discussion and prior to taking action, the applicant will have up to 3 minutes to respond. Thank you for participating. Please note that the times listed on our agenda are rough estimates only. So now we have matters from the public not on the agenda. So if anyone has any comments that are not pertaining to items on our agenda, now would be the time.
I might also add, if you don't mind, Carl, that for anybody who wants to speak regarding preliminary discussions, now is also a good time, because we don't have a formal place in the agenda for speaking or providing comment about preliminary discussions. We can add them later, but it's not. Yeah.
It will be late, so if you want to speak, now would be the time.
Yeah. So please raise your hand using the raise hand feature, or if you're calling in, press *9. I'm looking at the list and I don't see any raised hands.
I'll note that the preliminary discussion item is the combined courts parking structure on East Market Street.
Again, I don't see any raised hands.
Well,
I'm going to go ahead and promote Jeff Dreyfus. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we don't have a consent agenda. So yeah, our first application will be 612 West Main Street.
All right, let me find myself. Sorry, you all are hiding behind. Here we go. Good evening, all. It's Jeff Warner. Hey, Jeff, good to see you. We have, this is a continuing discussion for a COA request for what we're calling 612 West Main Street. Just to note that the formal address is 602 to 616 West Main. There's an existing building on the site. It was constructed between 1959 and 1973. It will be demolished. It is a non-contributing structure in this ADC district, so there will not be any COA for that. The applicant has last formally had a discussion with you all in November at your meeting, and while and this has been presented as a formal application for a COA. So just so you all are aware, tonight, I do not believe the applicant is seeking an action by the BAR. However, you all are required by the code to take an action, and that hopefully would be to approve the applicant's request for a deferral. What we have, as we discussed previously before this meeting, was that the continued discussion, the applicants presented the drawings that you all reviewed in November and offered annotations. I think the intent is to clarify, make sure everyone's on the same page with what the BAR offered in its comments. And then there's I think 7 or 8 pages of additional information that's provided. So I just want to again reiterate that the clock is ticking on this in the sense that this is a formal application. You all accepted the applicant's request for a deferral in November. However, at this meeting, you all cannot make the motion. Only the applicant can request that. And should the applicant not accept a deferral or not propose a deferral, the BAR's options are only to approve it or deny it, or to approve the COA with conditions. So what we're in the context of this continued discussion, again, the goal of this is that this is a dialogue. We have the applicant has some specific things that he wishes to address, and so want to encourage the BAR to have that dialogue. And this isn't just a presentation on where their design is. This is part of that iterative process of working things towards a complete application that you all can take action on. So I won't belabor that anymore. I hand it over to Mr. Dreyfus and take it from here.
Thanks, Jeff. Good evening, everybody.
Hi, this is Judd. I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is Jody Lehendro. In our pre-meeting, the board expressed some confusion about what it is that you'll be looking for tonight. So as you make a presentation, would you be clear about what it is that you want board comment on, please?
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you. To be clear, I think we are looking for comment on massing and elevation development on the West Main Street facade. Those two elements are key to the development of the rest of the building. And until we feel we're on an approvable track on that, comment beyond that is, or I should say, really presentation and discussion on our part is all premature. We, as you probably noticed in the package, we did not propose a landscape plan at this point. We think that that's premature. I'll go through that as I talk about some of the slides. The one thing I'd like to do first is to reiterate what we think we heard you all ask us to do after the last presentation of the facade on West Main Street. And that is to reflect a multi-parcel nature of the site's history, to address the scale difference of West Main Street versus West Main Street versus East West Main Street, meaning a smaller scale east of the bridge. It's been pointed out that we are setting a precedent for larger scale parcels on this side of West Main Street, east side of the bridge. You've asked us to mediate the horizontality of the parcel and the building. It's only 3 stories tall because of zoning, mediate that with verticality. So as we've been thinking through the comments that you all provided and looking for ways to move forward, it was also important to us to reiterate what we find of value on West Main Street. I think we all share them, but we could debate them. But as a design team, we believe a mix of residential and retail is critical. Smaller retail spaces over larger big box retailers is what has typically been on the east side of West Main Street. Continuous facades that hold the street edge. There's a challenge in that we have a 10-foot setback, but how do we hold the edge? And how do we maintain the lower scale of buildings east of the bridge? We've asked ourselves, how can we enhance this part of West Main Street by bringing more residential life to the street, making it a truly walkable neighborhood, adding space for more small retailers. And I think a very important element is by being quiet. As we look at some of the images of buildings along West Main, not calling attention to ourselves in order to provide a visual respite from West Main Street at the moment. We are interested in taking a back seat architecturally and letting buildings like the Baptist Church and the Albemarle Hotel have the attention. The other thing that we're interested in doing is bringing a different demographic to West Main Street. This is not a building intended for students, but for professionals and older residents. So with that said, I will, let's see, host disabled participant screen sharing. So.
If that's the case, then I can, I'll share for you. One sec.
All right. Thank you. All right.
And Jeff, if you can just direct me to the specific pages, I can go to your addendum that you submitted as well.
Is it possible, Robert, for me to just run through this? It's, I mean, for me to share. We did it last time. I just don't know if that's possible.
1 second.
Okay.
Let me look at the list.
Just is a little bit more fluid for me.
Yeah, I understand.
While Robert's looking, I just want to note for the record that Ron Bailey joined the meeting prior to this application starting.
Jeff, I'm sorry, I'm having problems allowing you to share. I think before the next meeting, I can work with our communications staff, but I didn't set up the Zoom meeting, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. There are, the other thing I will do, all right, here we go, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can clip along to the next page. The next as well. Oh, this doesn't look to be what we sent on the 8th, Robert.
I have the newer drawings as an addendum after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. If we start right there. Sorry. I apologize for my confusion on that.
Yeah.
So when it comes to reflecting the multi-parcel nature of the site, you can see here the original plat lines on the parcel. You can also see the way we're beginning to look at breaking up the facade differently now to reflect the original widths of those parcels. Also, one of the items that we're looking to do as we look for precedence on West Main Street, we're, in terms of scale, one of the larger buildings on this side of the bridge is the Albemarle Hotel. And so if we take the length of the Albemarle Hotel as shown in green and reflected across the street, we're trying to work, we can't work with the same exact proportions because we're not allowed the same height, but width-wise, there is precedent for buildings of that size, that length on West Main. So you can begin to see how we're starting to break up the facade. Next page, please. This is not intended to propose any landscape at this point. This is really to show and to continue as we move forward. This reflects what the current plan is for the West Main Street streetscape project. You can see that the dashed red line is the current curb line. So the proposal in this area is in fact to encroach a little bit on the public right-of-way with the curb, and then to plant the street trees right up along there. We've been in touch, our landscape architect has been in touch with the planners at Roadside and Harwell that are doing the work. They're very eager to work with us to devise a plan. They've reiterated that this is malleable and would like to work with us as soon as we start thinking about the public space here. So this is not a proposal. This is merely a reflection of what is currently in the streetscape plan and relative to the building that we are looking at here. Thank you. Next slide. So as we started to look at how do we bring verticality to a very long and horizontal building, the image on the left you've seen before, but looking at other examples here and introducing retail. And one of the things we really appreciate about the images, the three images on the left, are the retail spaces down below, which in the middle is a larger retail space behind multiple windows. The one on the left could be three individual retailers. The one on the right is, again, one retailer within 3 bays. And so looking at how can we offer the opportunity for the retail in the building to actually provide flexibility depending upon the size of the retailer, smaller retailers, likely more local as opposed to big box retailers. And then also, how does that relate to the verticality we're trying to achieve on the facade of the building to counteract the horizontality, and so the grid of windows above. Next image, if you don't mind. We've mentioned this before, but texture, and we'll talk about this in the facade itself. How do we introduce texture to create a difference, whether it's in the planes that move back and forth, one plane being different from another, or is it color? Stucco on the right, brick in the middle, and on the left. And these are elements we're going to continue to bring into the picture. I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we're thinking about these as we develop the diagram of the elevation. Next page, please. Looking at Precedence in Charlottesville, there's the Albemarle Hotel, which all three on the top, original then and now. Interestingly, there were balconies on the Albemarle Hotel. Granted, it wasn't residential per se, but the upper balconies there, some of which have been removed at this point, but they did exist. And then taller retail level on the ground floor, which by code, we certainly are needing to abide by. And then if we look at other examples in downtown Charlottesville, there's the Terraces, which has taller retail on the ground floor, even its second floor. It's a taller building, but you can see that the type of arcade that is marching down the street and even turns the corner as it moves toward the mall. Residential building, 550 Water Street, something that's been recently built, approved by the BAR. The taller retail space on the ground floor, that is a bank on the first floor. It's not an entirely residential building. There is a large residential entry there on the street. But they took the vertical and really exaggerated it on this building. Again, color and texture in this instance is the difference. And then as we look at the newest building going up on Main Street, I guess, is the Code building, and the way they've brought verticality into that project. You can see the 3-story structure that runs up to the mall, and how it's been similarly broken down so that tall verticals, this is an office building, essentially, ideally with some retail below. And so the upper windows don't necessarily reflect a residential scale, and that's something that we'll be talking about as we move into the diagram. Next slide, please. So a take on the project. And we've got views that we've done from 2 different angles of this. Unfortunately, they are, I guess, actually, Whitney Hudson from our office is listening. Perhaps, Whitney, you could email those to Robert. He could bring them up just because they provide much more context than this. We've been working on this since the submission a week ago. And I find it to be very helpful to see this in a broader context. I don't think that this does it justice, but we needed the time to develop it. But what you can see here, maybe I do have the ability to annotate. So give me one second. What we've worked toward here is breaking down the mass so that the building reads coming forward. This is the width of the Albemarle Hotel here, a smaller mass here, all of it working with the layout of the units inside. And what is not reading at quite as well, these portions of the building move back 2 feet from the main facade. This upper portion is 10 feet back. That is from the required step back that we have. So what we're thinking here is that these smaller portions, the lower portions, help differentiate the taller facade that comes forward 2 feet from there. These areas in red will be different texture, potentially different color. Subtlety is going to be the key here, whether it's a deeply raked brick or change to stucco. We're going to need to figure out how that change is made, but to really make them subordinate to the mass, the two masses that come forward. We heard that that the larger retail on the ground floor previously read like a department store, and we've gone the other direction, allowing the individual spaces the opportunity to combine or subdivide, depending upon the retailers that are looking to come in. And then you can also see that on the upper floors, we are adding Juliet balconies and looking to add greenery. There is a desire to engage with the street, allow engagement with the street by residents, opening doors, plants on the balconies. Bringing color to the building was something that was requested at the last meeting. And while we are trying to remain quiet and subtle, the opportunity exists by bringing greenery into this, and also potentially with the awnings that the retailers might be able to use. If we keep going, Robert, I will say, I believe Whitney has emailed you a couple of images that maybe we'll bring up after this one, if that's a possibility. So what we wanted to do also was put this in the larger context of all of West Main Street and the scale of this and how it is relating to other structures on the street. You can see the very top row is the Lark on Main to the left, the Flats to the right. Below that's the Battle Building and the Standard, probably the Standard being, well, the Standard and the Flats being the closest in terms of building type, but all hugely different scales and not really comparable. But I would like to point out that we are trying to find a fine line of how to differentiate between the masses of this building, the two that come forward in particular. How do we do that? How do we break up this long elevation without it appearing to be like a series of phony townhouses? What we heard at the last BAR meeting is that the Standard is not particularly successful at it. It reads as a bit of a cacophony. The Flats is pretty much that, flat. And so trying to find the fine line and do it quietly. If we look at the lower drawing, it's really just comparing the, and maybe it's possible to window in on that a little bit, Robert. I don't know, and maybe it's too long. There we go, thank you. How this compares with the other buildings on the street. And I think that you can, obviously, given it's got the same zoning as the Cork, and so the mass that comes forward to the 10-foot setback is the same height as the Cork. We've got a great deal of length there. We don't have the benefit of historic structures breaking it up as the Cork does in the front of it, as well as 600 West Main Street. So I do recall also that there was the question of whether or not it would be possible to raise the elevation of this building so that we could get a 4-story facade on the street even if it was balconies behind it. And the answer to that is yes, it is possible. Zoning would allow it. But for two reasons, we are resisting that. One is that we feel that it's disingenuous to do it, that the zoning of West Main Street really did intend for 3-story structures on this side of the bridge before and then a 10-foot step back. The intent of that was to bring the scale of West Main Street down. And so doing that feels as though we would be trying to game the system, frankly. But the other reason that we prefer not to do it, and Robert, maybe those images have come through for you, is that when viewed in context, especially next to the Holtzinger building, the Baptist Church's annex building, this building as a 3-story building is taller, but it seems to be a good mediator between the annex building and the height of 600 West Main Street beyond. Here we go. So 2 images that we've been working on. Thank you very much. Might describe a bit better just the intention of what is set back from the street facade. And this one in particular, to me, points out that a 4-story facade along there will dwarf the Holtzinger building. So we're trying again to be respectful of the context of what's around it. That's so to reiterate, we are looking for comments, feedback on the elevation as it's progressed from the last time you saw it, in terms of the development of it and the direction of it. So if that's not clear, please let me know.
All right, I guess first we need to start with, are there any questions from the public? Please raise your hand or press *9.
I'm looking at the list and I don't see any raised hands.
Okay. Questions from the board? All right, are there any comments from the public? Again, please raise your hand or press *9.
I don't see anything.
Okay. All right, comments from the board.
Also, I forwarded all of the BAR members the images I just received, so you can pull them up if you want to look at a specific image that I'm not sharing on the screen.
Okay. Breck?
Yeah, I'll go. Jeff, I think there are a lot of positive design developments here. I think that breaking up the roof line with the modulation with the rail and the solid parapet is helpful in accentuating those 2 volumes. And I appreciate looking back at the former lot lines to bring a little bit of some of that texture to the contemporary structure. I do think that changing the texture and/or the color of the hyphens, I don't even think it has to be that that pronounced, but I think that will go a long way to further breaking down those volumes. So I think those are all positive. I wonder if I still am a little bit suspicious about the 2-foot indentation, and if it's going to be as significant along the street plane as what we're reading in a flat elevation. And this building will not be read in flat elevation very often. And I think that some of the modeling that you guys have done where the light is just barely raking across the facade is creating a deeper sensation of what that facade would look like than it actually will, being on the north side of that building. So I'm curious to hear what other thoughts are about that hyphen, other ways that we can further accentuate it, maybe ways that the site plan is developed and with landscape and street trees that could further emphasize and break up that long rhythm of verticals. The only other question comment I have is if there might not be some opportunity for you to lift the volume of the portion of the building that is easternmost. I wonder if not only would that transition a little bit more to the 600, but might also give you some opportunities for roof access if that's a desire. It also would further kind of break up that secondary cornice line, which is also pretty strong horizontal. I think that's my comments for now. Thanks.
And I think before we're done with this conversation, we should probably all confirm whether each other's comments, we agree with them or not. For example, how does everyone feel about Breck's idea of trying to raise the easternmost portion of the building? Breck, are you referring to that the front block kind of putting a false facade up on the 4th level?
The portion that's stepped back behind the entry plaza?
Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay. And zoning, Jeff Dreyfus, zoning allows you to go a little taller, correct? On the back portion?
No,
No.
it does not.
Okay.
We could have an appurtenance. Our hope is to have a bit of an appurtenance as it's sort of shown there. We would like to provide roof access, just given the internal core of the building and where circulation is happening, it would be back there. I think that's much taller than what we would be doing. But no, we, other than an appurtenance, a 4-story building, we are at the height.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's.
So I'll jump in and thank Jeff for clearly his office responded to our comments, and I'm I think that the 2 blocks differentiated. I like the fact that they're even different sizes, which gives even more of an impression of a different breakdown of scales and a more urban content or more urban character. Yes, I do wish the hyphens were set back more than 2 feet. But I agree with Breck in that it depends a lot upon the distinction of the brick and the color that could help read those or make them seem even more recessed if it's the proper color, if it's dark enough. So I think by having the horizontals between the floors and windows, that helps break down what I was concerned with the last time, the strong monumental verticals. And I think it shows a lot of success in meeting the kinds of concerns I had last time.
I'll agree with Mr. Alejandro. It seems to improve and be responsive to things that we pointed out. So thanks to Mr. Dreyfus. Certainly the balconies and the engagement with the street, which was one of the conditions actually of the SUP that council granted. We recommended a council granted in 2019 for this. I think this gets closer to having that pedestrian street engagement that was an express condition. I think it meets all of the new construction guidelines. I have no objection to that. The guideline, just for everybody's reference, it's in our materials, but it says there shall be pedestrian engagement with the street with an active, transparent, and permeable facade at street level. I don't know. I think all that is, anyway, I'm sure a lot that could be interpreted a lot of different ways, but I think the applicant getting closer to that, and it does look like a quite beautiful building. I don't think that it's fading into nothingness. I think it's austerity is quite beautiful. But you've done a good job meeting the requirement of the 2019 SUP, as Jody said, breaking up, breaking it down to the historical multi-parcel massing and kind of reflecting that. And also, I like the gesture of keeping the width to the Albemarle Hotel width. And maybe that's a good tape measure for us for West Main. So thank you.
Thanks.
Yes. I agree with Breck and Jody about maybe the hyphens being set back further, or using a darker material to make them appear to set back further. My only kind of comment or question was, I don't recall the retail level on the ground floor in the earlier versions did have wider bays, and I didn't quite recall that we had suggested doing away with that, but maybe someone did. And I'm wondering if y'all explored, to Jody's point, y'all kind of define the horizontal in between the floor levels between, say, second and third floor, which I think is successful. I'm wondering if you did that in conjunction with the wider bays of the retail space on the ground floor, because I do think that kind of the historic mixed use of residential above retail in this area makes a lot of sense. If you look at the Holsinger building right next door, it's got those kind of wider bays at the ground floor level. And it may be where you can really kind of break up the facade again, because you've got that sort of the 5-bay facade that's the width of the Albemarle Hotel, and then the 4-bay, that allows you could have 1 3-bay and a 2 and 2 2s, or kind of playing with some of that to really just kind of give it, I don't know, just mix it up a little, almost give it a little whimsy while remaining in the structure of the overall facade. One of the things I think that the Albemarle Hotel is successful with is it's got a varied facade. You've got some arched windows and rectilinear windows, and even the retail level on that building is actually recessed quite a bit back from the street. So I'm just wondering if that might be an exercise worth kind of playing with, I guess.
Can I respond? We did study it. We studied a lot. And honestly, what happened was the minute we started combining any of those retail bays into a larger horizontal element, the building began reading very horizontally again. It surprised me. I very much like the sort of open retail at the bottom of the Albemarle Hotel, and we tried really hard to incorporate that, but it was sort of an all or nothing proposition almost. But regardless of what we did, even if we, as you suggested, combined 2 and 2 and left 1 in the middle, it just began reading very horizontally again. And I think we were doing it. We felt that we were doing the block a disservice, because it just felt like a much longer building in every instance.
Right.
So,
did y'all try pulling the facade of those retail spaces back, like recessing them back? Because I think the hotel actually has them recessed, but then still has columns out in front. which may help break up that horizontality.
And it may be something that we can achieve at certain entrances. As you can well imagine, we're already losing 10 feet of the property because of the 10-foot setback, and eating further into the retail space is a painful proposition for a developer.
Sure.
So it might be that we can do that on a small basis at those entries that have a door in it or something like that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And maybe while people are thinking, just because this may get brought up again, Tim had mentioned at the last meeting, and Jeff, you had responded to making the front portions of the building be, falsely 4 stories tall. Are we all in agreement that it's okay to leave it as is, or is there anybody else who agreed with Tim strongly? Because that probably will come back up again in the future. I'm okay. I think it's, Jeff, I think you make a good point that the zoning did want this to be a 3-story district, and that I'm not sure we'd benefit from added height on the street front facade.
I found those renderings pretty compelling to the points that Jeff was making about the transition to the larger 600 West Main.
And the transition from the larger 600 to 612 and then to the Holsinger building. I mean, there is a nice stepping quality there.
I just wanted to add, I find it really good and positive that there is some potential collaboration with the future West Main streetscape. And I think that we could do real wonders to, how this building might be modulated and what the views are along the sidewalk. And it also occurs to me that, there will certainly be a continuous sidewalk at the street, but another way to further break up the horizontal reading of the building is to perhaps break up or modulate the sidewalk at the facade line. So when we talk about those hyphens in particular, not talking about jamming a tree in there like there's on at the Standard, but that those could be moments of landscape space where there's either a change in material or added vegetation, or combination with a future street tree, of thinking about ways that is also breaking up that long block into several spaces.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
And I don't know how this is done, but I'm just going to throw it out there that I think you guys need to have in your back pocket a plan B for should West Main Street streetscape project not actually happen.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I don't know. We don't have any idea what the timing of it is. We're going to, I think we have to proceed on the assumption that it will not be underway by the time we open this building. And we have to have a plan, probably one ideally that is an interim step, that we know is an interim step that is acceptable to everyone right now, but that then feeds into the longer range master plan. I think that's a bit of a challenge, but I think that's the best way for us to all proceed.
Yeah, I think that's a better way of putting it. And rather than thinking of it as a plan B, think of it as a plan A, and that this West Main streetscape is the next phase. But you could make it be so obvious about where those street trees need to go, that it makes it easy for those designers.
Well, I think we probably will design it with them as phases 1 and 2. We don't want it to be a surprise to anybody. So, but I think it's a great way to think about it.
I guess my fear, and this may not be able to be resolved, is just that if we're counting on those street trees as the only street trees, and they don't get put in, then that's a large swath of West Main Street that'll no longer have street trees. Again, I don't know how to resolve that, but it's in the back of my mind as something to be worried about.
Yeah, agreed. We don't want this standing there with no trees or no greenery with the assumption that they're coming and they don't come for 40 years.
Are there other comments, or Jeff, do you have any other questions for us? Do you feel comfortable moving on for your next submission?
I do. I mean, I do, unless there's anything that's any questions we have, even of the sort of diagrammatic nature of the elevations, any concerns that you see there. What I'm hearing is carry on concern about the reading of the hyphens being dramatic enough so that the main blocks, the two main blocks will read. That there are a variety of ways we can achieve it, but that sort of remains yet to be seen. Color, texture, more depth. And I think I'm hearing we're on the right path, quite frankly. So, well, unless anybody else has any other concerns, I'll ask for a deferral. Because we will continue to develop this, and we appreciate, I mean, I really do appreciate, I want to say it, and the feedback that some of you have given us in the last few weeks has been greatly appreciated, has helped us understand people's concerns. We can't do this in a void. And each time you all have provided input, I think it's made the building that much better. And so we'll take the few concerns we heard tonight and keep pushing forward in this direction. So,
Great, thank
Do we have a motion
to accept the deferral?
Do you have a second? I'll second.
Thank you. I will call a vote. Miss Langle,
Aye.
Mr. McClure,
Aye.
Mr. Gastinger,
Aye.
Miss Lewis,
Aye.
Mr. Zemer,
Aye.
Mr. Lehendro,
Aye.
Mr. Bailey,
Yes.
and Mr. Schwartz.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you,
thank
Jim.
you all. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jeff. Our next item is 201 East Market Street, which is the downtown public library. And we seem to be, Jeff's power is out.
Oh, no. Also, we have in attendance Ryan. Oh, I'm sorry. Ryan Douye from who's representing this project. But since he's calling in, I'm not able to add him as a panelist. But when the time comes, I will allow him to speak and unmute him. We just won't be able to see his video. But first, Jeff can give his staff report.
Okay. Yeah, I was just hiding behind a there I am. I was just hiding behind a piece of tape. So I've been here. This is a certificate of appropriateness request for 201 East Market Street, which is the main library downtown. Excuse me. This building was constructed in 1906 and renovated in 1936. Although I suspect this rear addition, I don't know, doesn't appear to me to date to 1936, but it is a contributing structure in the North Downtown ADC district. BAR has reviewed a few things over the last 10 or 15 years, a new bike rack and some work restoring the windows and handrails and some miscellaneous maintenance. This is a request, excuse me, for a, there is in the image there pointing at the green arrow, actually to the left of the green arrow, there is rooftop mechanical units. Those will be replaced. And what the key concern is, there are installation of new pipes and conduits that need to get from the rooftop and down into the mechanical room in the basement of the building, following the gray line there that I've indicated with the green arrow. There are two pipes, chilled water pipes, and to and from, and then 2 of the conduits are electrical service. So as I had mentioned, I think earlier, the design guidelines, we really don't really offer specific guidance for external conduits and piping. And rather they address screening of mechanical equipment and rooftop things, utilities. So to address the rooftop equipment, it is at the rear of the building. It will be replacing in kind what is there. So I did not recommend or any changes to that, nothing to add any screening. It's in the pipes and conduits that are on that west facade at that rear entrance that I want to focus on. As I mentioned, the applicant, they've reviewed several routes. There were the various options looked at. There seemed to be constraints, limited space. One, they came into this where they would come into the building would be where there was some asbestos issues. So it was one thing to get it around the outside of the building, but it's another once it's in there to get it, route it to where it needs to be in the mechanical room, and to do that within the distance that needs to be for something of this nature, particularly chilled water. So and again, in discussion with the applicant, I'm comfortable that they've evaluated the options, and what you're seeing is most feasible relative to their parameters. So we have, and I outlined 4 possibilities for the visual impact of this. Obviously, it will be visible. First being just simply leave it as is. They'll be in conduit, so it'll be a the appearance of aluminum, including the brackets on the building. BAR can request that they be painted, and you certainly can offer some instructions on how you'd prefer that. Another option, and this was something that was applied to an entrance corridor project over by on Fontaine, where some exterior ductwork was contained within a metal frame. For their purposes over there on Fontaine, it made sense. Personally, I think it almost become more intrusive than the conduits. And then finally, just simply an idea of some planting could either screen it at the bottom, or a tree might be taller. Concern there is that there's not a lot of space. This is a sidewalk into the rear entrance, and on the left-hand side is a loading dock, which needs to be maintain access. And also the conduit will be coming in to the ground and running under the sidewalk into the basement. So this isn't exactly an open space to be doing any plantings, but those are the 4 options that I offer. I recommend approval of the COA with one of the 4 conditions that you all are comfortable with. So, and I would ask, I know Ryan's available, not Brian, but if you all are okay with it, I think he's ready to answer any questions if you didn't want to, if you weren't comfortable with the project overall. But so I don't know with the difficulty with communicating with him, Robert, but I don't think they have a presentation otherwise, other than what we've offered in the staff report.
I will go ahead and allow the applicant to talk. And Ryan, you still need to unmute yourself. Though I might be able to do that for you. Let's see. Okay, we should be able to, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, guys. Hello, everyone. Jeff, thanks for the introduction there. I apologize, I'm not on Zoom on my computer. I just was able to call in here, but I can definitely speak to any specific details of the project, and I'm very familiar with the building, and actually have some screenshots here on my phone, so I can definitely talk through anything, like I said, that needs to be addressed or could come up potentially. But if it's all right with everyone, I could just give a brief synopsis, similar to what what Jeff just ran through there. So essentially the project is just, and I'll keep this brief as well, but we are replacing the rooftop chiller on the north side of the the roof of the library. So as Jeff said, it's going back with a like chiller. We actually swapped the units this past Saturday, and some good news was the new unit was actually shorter in length than the old unit, so it's a little less visible from really pedestrians could only, or the public could only see it from 2nd Street Northeast. So it's a little less visible in that regard, but in discussions with kind of with library staff, with the stakeholders, and with just kind of further examining the project with the engineer and design team, we had proposed this alternate piping route that runs out of the mechanical room on the north side of the building and comes up underground out of the mechanical room and then up right along. There's a protrusion on the north side of the building that is, I think all that it really contains is a stairwell that was added later. Like Jeff said, I'm not sure if it was in the 1936 edition, but we're really wanting to mount the brackets along that wall on the other side of the sidewalk between the loading dock and the sidewalk there. So after kind of exploring, crawling through the building and looking at every other possible route, that was the most direct and most feasible route, and less visible was another thing we were just trying to be very cognizant of. So yeah, if there's anything in particular, I know I'd sent Jeff just some sketches and some details. We didn't have kind of a finalized design drawing from the engineer, but he has offered to provide that too if we, if this goes forward, that we'll definitely have that available and can either paint the exposed piping and conduit to match the brick as close as we can as it runs up the wall there. Those are things that Jeff and I talked about, like you said. So yeah, if there are any questions or anything further, I can definitely do my best to answer them. So.
All right, well, thank you. First, are there any questions from the public? Please raise your hand or press *9.
Looking at the list, I don't see any raised hands.
Okay, questions from the board? James, did you?
Sorry, just to confirm on that sketch, the overall width of that pipe chase is 24 inches, correct?
Yes, that's correct. We were trying to account for the widest possible arrangement, and after discussing it with the engineer, it's possible that it could be. It's likely going to be less than 24 inches wide. We had originally planned on laying it out so that they were all side by side, but we could probably move the conduit so that it was adjacent to each other, as long as it was acceptable per code. So we kind of felt that that was going to be the widest possible arrangement, but yeah, that's correct.
Yes. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any other questions. So are there any comments from the public? Please raise your hand or press *9.
Again, looking at the list, I don't see any raised hands.
All right, board. I'll jump in. I would vote for painting this a red-brown, and yeah, be okay with that. Okay.
As far as this is the first process that I've gone through with the VAR. So is this something that we would get the contractor to submit on, or would you like us to follow up with a sample or submittal once we get the paint? finalized, or?
I guess we would need to discuss that, but personally, I would be fine if you just sent a paint sample to Jeff, even if it was,
Okay.
a Benjamin Moore color that you could look up online or whatever,
Yeah. Okay. Because we would, I think the brick is on that addition is a little bit different than the original building, so that's something we would just have to go out there and match it. But yeah, we could definitely submit it to Jeff.
And I think, as far as I'm concerned, just as long as it's not, cherry red, I think you're, yeah.
Right.
Breck?
No, I don't see this as an issue on this addition to this historic structure. I would just add that there are portions where the white trim wraps around this addition, and I would suggest that the conduit be painted white where it's crossing white trim, and the brick red where it's against brick. No?
Right.
Maybe people feel otherwise.
I would be a
That
little
makes-
concerned that it might get a little fussy, but that's just me. Other thoughts?
Fine either way.
Just out of curiosity, why not paint it white and therefore play off of the horizontal white stripes? And wouldn't that work as a possibility? I don't have strong feelings about it, but I had thought it would match the white trim that's already on that building and would emphasize that to some extent rather.
Anyone want to take that?
To my mind, that would make it really visible, quite an element, and the only vertical white element on the building other than the massive columns on the Market Street.
I understand. So
Well,
I mean, personally, I'd almost just say, let them be what they are. It's on a modern edition. It's not the historic part of the building. If you paint them, you're going to have to maintain that paint. Just, I don't know. Just a thought.
would it be possible to get the conduits in a darker metal perhaps than just aluminum?
That's something I could explore with the contractor. So I know the piping will be jacketed. The insulation around the piping will be jacketed in aluminum, and then the conduit will also be that. But other than that, I don't know if like a steel jacket or steel conduit would be potentially less shiny than the aluminum, but I could definitely see what the options were for that assembly.
I would be happy to go ahead and go with Carl.
Well, just to be clear, let's so James has suggested leaving them alone. Is there anyone else who would be in favor of just letting the pipes be as they are? I don't think I'm seeing any yeses. Okay. Option 2 would be paint them a brick color all the way. Sherry, Breck, Sonia, Jody, Ron. Okay. Is anybody, would anyone prefer if they'd put white or an off-white where the marble is? Okay. Anybody want to make a motion? And just to be sure, we are okay. Painting these is not a problem, correct?
I don't foresee any problem with that. I could if there is an issue or something like that, I can follow up with Jeff afterward. But yeah, I don't see any problem with painting it. So.
Great. Who wants to make a motion? You guys gonna make me do this?
I'll do it. I'd like to move to approve. Sorry, I'm looking for that. Were we given it? Having considered the matters set forth in the city code and in the city's ADC design guidelines, to find that the proposed exposed pipes and conduits, and to the extent you can see them from the street or from a public place, rooftop units, satisfy the BAR's criteria, are compatible with this property and other properties in the North Downtown. The condition that they painted to a close color to the existing brick to be approved by staff.
Second.
Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and call a vote. Mr. Schwartz,
Yes.
Miss Langle,
Aye.
Mr. Zemer,
Aye.
Miss Lewis,
Aye.
Mr. Gastinger, Mr. McClure,
Aye.
Mr. Lehendro,
Aye.
and Mr. Bailey.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I'll be in touch with that that paint sample and moving forward from there. Thanks again.
Fantastic. Let me know if you need anything. Have a good
Will do.
Christmas, man. See you.
Thanks, you guys too. Thanks again.
All right. Next item on the agenda is 350 Park Street.
What?
Yeah. Do I have the wrong agenda?
Or I'll just say I didn't write a staff report.
Item 3.
Oh, shoot. You know what? I'm sorry. I have not got it in my brain as
Levy building.
Courts project?
Yeah. Courts complex. Sorry. Yeah. I'm like going, oh my God.
Right.
Carl really got me.
All the time, like throw out street numbers, like, oh, you should know which project this is.
Yeah. You're just getting me back for my comment last night. All right. Whew. All right. I'm awake now. Let me find my screen so I can access my. Okay, so I know you've got your thing up there, Robert. So we briefly, I think a month or two ago, Eric, who's an architect with Daglish and Gilpin, Paxton, and representing the county. I think the county has the lead on this, but representing the applicants. Introduce the project to you all, so you're familiar with what they've got planned over there. And this is, excuse me, the first step in the expansion of the city county courts complex, which is we'll be using that the area of the lot there adjacent to the Levy building, and this is a COA request for the demolition of the 1980s hyphen and addition are on the east side or the rear of the Levy building. Excuse me. Levy building was constructed in 1852. And it is a contributing structure in North Downtown ADC district. Portion of this project site is also next door parking lot, 0 Park Street, also within the Downtown ADC district. The just a bit about when I say Levy building, this structure here originally was built as what they called the town hall, as a performance space. It was renovated by the Levy family, I think, in the 1880s, and then became the Levy Opera House. And then the building at some point transitioned to apartments, and now is being used by the city county courts and sort of taken on the name of the Levy building. So that's its background there. The projects are within the North Downtown ADC district, and the existing hyphen structure along with the Levy building are designated as contributing. Therefore, the BAR does have to review and approve the demolition, even if it is selective. It said 350 Park Street, the city of Charlottesville, or actually the town of Charlottesville, was established in 1761. That's when Nelson County was created, and so they moved the county seat into a more central location, which was this town here. So there really wasn't a whole lot here. There was the courthouse, and the site of the Levy building was left open and was known as the town battery. Really don't know what was done there. There's not a whole lot of reference to it, but that site, and when I say the site, essentially the Park Street, High Street, Jefferson on the south, that entire block was left open until the construction of the Levy building. Then there was the Swan Tavern in the southwest corner, and then there's still a structure there. And then there were two houses built on the block to the east of Levy building. But where you see parking lot today is pretty much was open space from 1760s on. I said that as far as the Zero Park Street goes, nothing's recorded. That's just the parking lot. Nothing was recorded to have been built there. There's some evidence of a small utility structure being there in the late 1800s. The annex and the hyphen are on a parcel that was once known as 610 East High Street. There was, according to the information we have, that appears a structure, a residence was built possibly around 1885, 1890s. Well, we know that the building at 614, which is still standing, was a similar design, similar footprint. So we're assuming this 1880s construction of 610 East High. From what we can determine, that building was demolished in the late 70s prior to the construction of the hyphen and the addition on the rear. And one thing, Robert, if you'll scroll, all right, you can stay right there, right there. So just want to point out that in some of the Sanborn maps, it'll look as if the Levy building was longer, and it was for a time. There was an addition on there. I can't determine when it was removed. It could have been 100 years ago, but there was an addition at one time, and then so you can see where that hyphen is. That was kind of takes the space of where that prior addition had been. So if you see somewhat of a discrepancy in the Sanborn maps, that explains that. So just wrapping this up, I went through the factors for determination and considering a demolition. It's in the staff report. The hyphen and the annex both were constructed after 1980, but we know they were in place in 1990. As I mentioned, we know that the 610 East High was there into the 70s and possibly the 80s. The hyphen and the annex do lie within the Charlottesville Historic District, which is within the State and National Registered Historic District. However, they were the hyphen and addition were constructed after that designation. Therefore, they're not part of the listing. So it's and that survey was never or has not yet been updated. So I can say they're within a district, but they are not listed as contributing to the state or national registered district. So that took care of that. Asked to what extent the building or structure associated with historic person, architect, or craftsman. I said not applicable. Whether the building or structure or any features represent an infrequent or a rare example of a particular architectural style, they do not. Again, this is the hyphen and the addition. Does the building, are there any distinctive design, texture, or material that could not be reproduced? That is not applicable. The degree to which the characters of these structures will remain, both the hyphen and the annex will be removed entirely. Is this linked historically or aesthetically to other buildings or structures? I noted while the hyphen and the annex incorporate some architectural elements of the Levy building, they're contemporary construction, and actually I didn't finish that sentence, but they are not, they reflect the Levy building, but they are not, to me, part of the historic fabric of the Levy building. The question, the overall structural condition, integrity of the building, the demolition is being proposed as in order to facilitate the expansion of the new city county courts complex. So this is not a function of a deterioration or a instability of the structure. This is being done in order to facilitate a new building. Whether and to what extent the plan will preserve portions, features, et cetera, of the buildings of the addition and hyphen, none. They are being, again, removed in their entirety. And then we get to the section where E, and this is about any applicable provisions of the city's design guidelines. And I noted in here that, as you all know, the design guidelines incorporate the Secretary Standards for Rehabilitation, and it includes a statement about archaeological resources, stating that archaeological resources will be protected and preserved in place. If such resources must be disturbed, mitigation measures will be undertaken. And this is where I know of at least one time, I believe there was other, I'd have to ask Mary Joy, but I know that in 2006, the BAR did request or recommend an archaeological investigation of some work over at when they were building the Sally Port at the county courthouse. Staff is, in my report, I'm recommending that that subsequent to the planned demolition, when that's done, that a phase 1 archaeological survey be conducted in that area, this project area as is defined, and particularly beneath the paved surface at 0 Park Street and what remains at 350 Park Street, with the results submitted to the BAR record. The reason for doing that is, as I mentioned, these are undisturbed areas generally. The building area around the annex and the hyphen, it's probably been disturbed. Probably very little there in any fill that might have been brought in, maybe suspect, but that's what an archaeologist can determine. But it is that open space that offers some questions and maybe some answers from an archaeological survey. The situation is, though, that we cannot, or my understanding is the BAR cannot require this, so it would be a recommendation. I'm hoping that can be something discussed with the applicant and could be offered. And as I mentioned earlier tonight, yes, there is evidence that John Jewett Sr., the father of Jack Jewett, is buried at the site, and the information indicates he was buried behind what was 610 East High Street. So, and I believe in the maps I've shown where that may be. Mr. Jewett operated the Swan Tavern, and upon his death in 1802, was buried in that area. There's some references to this that are, there's still some research to be done, but to me, it's strong enough evidence that Mr. Jewett may still be there. Now, that is not a matter for the BAR to decide on or offer any requirement or recommendation on. That is there are laws that govern that situation. But it's just so you all understand, my referencing it to it is that it's a matter of interest, certainly, but it does not. The due diligence in circumstances like this is to the folks doing the excavation there, that they do what they can to identify or if they encounter human remains, there's the due diligence necessary. So with that, and I know there's a lot thrown at you, I will turn it over to, do you all have any questions for me first? Nope. Okay, now I'll turn it over to Eric and take it away.
Good evening. I'm Eric Antman from DGP Architects here in Charlottesville. And thanks for your time tonight. I have to also extend thanks to Jeff and Robert for preparing such a thorough staff report. I think they really hit all the issues, and we're basically in agreement with everything that's been presented. And also appreciate that Jeff did the heavy lifting of presenting all the criteria for demolition. So we've been sort of through the finer points of the design guideline criterias. I thought what I'd do is just take a minute to talk about one of the other conditions that Jeff didn't mention that we also agree with, which is documentation of the existing buildings before their demolition. We also like to say selective removals because it's so much more careful than just demolition, which we of course intend to be. Robert, do you have that, or would you rather I share my screen of the measured drawings?
I will zoom down to that. Just give me a moment.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And I reviewed them. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that, but I reviewed them, and I think they fit with what we have requested from others in the past. This is something we do in concert with Preservation Piedmont, and so I've already shared that information with them, and possibly some photographs might be added to it. But I think that what they've provided is fine, and suggest that you all accept it.
Sure. And Eric, I can go to a specific drawing within this.
Maybe just scroll through them so we can just have that out in the public record that it was discussed. We've done a very detailed dimension of the levee building itself in plan and elevation, and then the shaded areas are the areas of the hyphen and the annex that are proposed to be removed. And then it's worth noting at the end of this series here that the plans, which I've taken the liberty of intentionally rotating wrongly so they would agree with the other drawings we were looking at.
Okay.
You know, these are measured drawings that the city performed. They're dated. I think it's from 2018. So, you know, we haven't confirmed all of those dimensions. I figured this is quite adequate documentation of both exterior and interior conditions. So the plans were provided by the city. Any questions on that before we move on to archaeology?
Eric, does this building have a basement?
It does have a partial basement in the hyphen section, which is adjacent to the levee building. So that little areaway on the northern wall there, where there's a door and 3 steps that go down in the sort of northwest corner in plan. You go to the left, up adjacent to, yes, exactly. That's the little stairway that goes down into the basement level, correct. So the ground, I think as Jeff mentioned, underneath these 2 buildings and in their backfilled area around their foundations has been disturbed multiple times in terms of any cultural resources that might be extant. So as preservation architects, we definitely recognize and understand the Secretary of the Interior's standards and the way that they're mentioned in the guidelines, referring archaeological resources that should be preserved and mitigated if disturbed. And I've reviewed that with leadership for the county. And they understand that that's an obligation of representing your citizens and preserving cultural resources. So they're in agreement that this would be something that needs to be pursued, a phase 1 level archaeological survey to be performed. I think we need to discuss the area that would apply to, specifically the Battery, which is the paved area of 0 Park Street, I think is the greatest area of interest. Maybe if we want to go back to that topological survey is probably the most accurate drawing to be looking at. Yeah, there. So that's the sort of western portion of the site to the left of the green selective removals area. That's 0. Although the parking between the annex and the Jessup building, you know, and that sort of, there are 10 spaces there immediate to the east is also an area that will be disturbed with the new construction of the district courts. Although that's not what's been looked at and discussed in the conversation regarding the Battery and the area that we think where the resources might be most located. So I think we'd want to have some more feedback maybe from Jeff in terms of the area that we're being encouraged or recommended that a survey be performed. As I understand it, an archaeological survey is not a condition of this demolition, but it would be sort of, if not done retroactively, the project could be ruled not in compliance, is sort of the way I understand the details of procedure here. So those would be my sort of two questions back for Jeff, is the specific area that we're talking about and how a motion actually might be worded so I can explain this to the county.
Oh, you're asking. I mean, I would say it's and this is where, you know, archaeologists, I don't know, the county may have someone also on retainer would give you a clear idea of what they would do. Predominantly, you know, they would just do shovel tests and sort of sift through that and see if it suggests any additional work. There might be some specific examination for a reported well and possibly anything that related to that building that was in the parking lot to the south of the Levy building. Eric, you know, you're familiar, we just did GPR work on 2 cemeteries in the city, and I was asked earlier if that might work. I don't know. My understanding is that, as I described, it tends to be somewhat of a blunt instrument. It's not going to find small things, and does it work through paving material? I don't know. I don't know what your schedule is for removing the paving material. So, but as far as the area goes, you know, I would suggest that you we look at the entire site and then defer to an archaeologist to establish an area of study. Sure. Yeah, and that would be probably the best thing to do, because they're the ones digging the holes, and it's you know, they're not going to dig holes where they don't have to.
Yeah, I think I think you're right. The resolution of ground penetrating radar is more for finding subterranean foundations of prior buildings and larger, massive structures than artifacts of a smaller size, or even human remains wouldn't be discovered with GPR.
Yeah, and that's where I think in that line of things, I mean, I just know, having been, you know, recently involved in the 2 cemeteries, that you know, even the archaeologists, they get very stiff when you start talking about things, because they, you know, the rules are clear what you can, you know, the minute we disturb something. So that's advice I would seek from someone else outside of this. And then but I think, you know, I like the way you expressed it. It really is, this is an unknown space with a story within a very important part of the city and county and its history. And we really don't know exactly how this place was used. And I think that's where, you know, if there was an objective, it'd be in a way that we can interpret the history, and are there anything that offers us any clues to that story? And the area would be within what you all have established as your project area, with the you know, the delineation of any test, like, you know, post hole digger, and at the discretion of the licensed archaeologist and their recommendations. And I think I'd be okay with that.
And then also, if we could just talk about there may be a question about schedule, so I'll just discuss that. Robert, could you go up to the beginning of the original submittal? I think it's like page 3. Yep, there, that's it there. So here we are at the end of 2020, sort of where that asterisk is, and we're in the blue area of BAR review. Again, this is only for demolition, and we'll be coming back a couple more times for schematic design review later on in this process for both the east sites and the west site. In terms of when this demolition might occur, construction is off the chart, so to speak. It begins in the beginning of 2022, so January 2022. That's another point that I've made to the county, that right now we have the luxury of time to do any kind of archaeological investigation. It's not like we need to start construction next month. So exactly when the hyphen and the annex would come down remains to be determined. There are advantages to doing it sooner, but then we have to have weather protection and structural stabilization for the existing levee building on the east side for longer. But there are advantages to doing that. The area in question underneath paved areas is more where we're interested in possibly doing the archaeological investigation. So paving could be removed and that research could be done before the hyphen and the annex come down. So in effect, these are really sort of two different issues. And I think what the COA really, I'm hoping, focuses on is the removal of the buildings, and we sort of address the archaeology as a sort of separate process because it's not really involved with the demolition and would likely be done sooner before the buildings are demolished, in fact.
Not being an attorney, I guess I would say is that the BAR could acknowledge for the record this offer, and then acknowledge that in the motion, but also in separating the two, and that the COA applies to the application as submitted. Does that make sense, Carl? And
if it makes sense to you, it makes sense to me.
I'm wearing a bow tie. Everything makes sense tonight. Yeah, I think that would be the way to do it. To acknowledge it. This is not. We're dealing with local government here, and as representatives of local government, I think it's reasonable to accept this assurance as valid, and then treat the COA as separate.
Well, Eric, do you have anything else for us?
No, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, are there any questions from the public? Please raise your hand or press *9.
I'm not seeing any raised hands.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Breck?
I just want to clarify that the demolition request does not include the concrete curb and stair that seem to be pretty clearly remnant from the residential landscape of 610 East Market.
In that lawn area on the north side towards facing High Street, is that what you're referring to? Or
yeah. Yeah, it's a kind of an interesting little curious leftover that somehow survived the construction of this annex. It feels like perhaps it could survive until we know a little bit more about what's going on in the next iteration.
Yeah, it's very likely that the new construction will be fairly close to the sidewalk and will disturb that area that should have been included in the removal area. What we're trying to do is not encroach onto the sidewalk and have to redo all of the sidewalk, and then we're patching paving, and so we're trying to control the scope area as much as possible. It's very likely that stair should have been included. So yes, I would expect to remove that, but not the concrete curb adjacent to the sidewalk, between the sidewalk and the grass. We would like to leave that.
Any other questions?
I guess quick question to Jeff Jeff's earlier point. The COA is just for the demolition. A whole bit of archaeology is just an aside. It was included in the staff report.
Yes and no. It is a given the timing of it, I think it's reasonable to accept their offer as a sort of disconnecting it from the COA, just so that it doesn't encumber anything later. But yeah, my initial, yeah, I mean, it would be
included in the application though.
No, they did not include it, but Eric and I have been discussing it for some time, but no, it was not offered. However, what I was looking at was the project area as a whole. So
I appreciate that. I'm just trying to define, my question is pointed at defining what we're approving tonight. or what we're discussing tonight.
Yeah, so taking a step back,
I think you
not
answered your
without,
question.
yeah, without the phasing part of it, I would have said, and if there was pushback, then that would have been a discussion of how far does the BAR say insisting on it or recommending or requesting it, requiring, et cetera. I think under the circumstances, we can separate that out.
So, James, I think what Jeff had told us,
Jody,
is
you're on mute.
we're going to recognize that they're going to provide the survey, but that's not going to be part of our motion. Our motion is just to accept the demolition or deny it.
Right.
So what, just to be, so what would happen if they didn't do the archaeological survey? They're just taken as an offer that is not binding.
I mean,
I guess
personally, I think it's going to be more tied with the schematic design of the new building, because right now the demolition shown is the footprint of the existing building.
James, could you say that again? I didn't hear the last
Sorry.
bit of it.
My understanding is the COA is a request for the demolition of the footprint of the existing annex, hyphen and annex. That's what they've submitted. That's the application right now.
If I could, that's actually a fair point. That's the time to catch the county out on this. If the demolition of the Livy building hyphen and annex is performed, and then we come back for schematic design approval of the new construction and no archaeology's been done, at that point, I think you could call out the demolition as not being compliant with the interior standards. And that's how it's explained basically in Jeff's staff report.
Yeah, another way to think of it is the work that they'll be doing will require the removal of the parking spaces. So so it could be caught then. I think what I was saying, what Eric's saying is the asphalt may come up sooner even than the demolition, which I had actually envisioned the other way around. It would be. Sorry, I guess I'm such a trusting individual, and this one sounds like something not like something someone would renege on. But I think that if the BAR were to make in its motion for approval just simply a statement acknowledging, so that it's not a condition, that it's in the formal record, that along with the minutes of this meeting, but it's not a condition of approval. It's just acknowledging that the applicant has offered to do this at an appropriate time in the sequencing of the project.
I guess just a question, aren't the secretary standards for demolition our standards? I thought our standards incorporated by reference the Secretary of the Interior standards.
Correct, but this is archaeology.
We're not able to link that in. And I'm not saying I don't trust the county. I think it's an important piece here. And I'm sorry I turned off my video. And Jeff, I walked across the street to look at this building. I actually am located right across the street. And my question for Eric it is along the same lines. What do you know about the connection between the historic building and the hyphen? Because I'm seeing the Levy building has an underground story. I mean, actually most of it, I would say the ground story is, and there is a topo change as you go further west on High. But by the time you get to the hyphen in that door, there's a significant story above grade. So I would imagine those two buildings are joined at least there, if not in the upper 3 stories of the Levy building. That's what I'm warning about. Like, how do you know how they're connected? And how do you demolish a connection between a historic building without absolutely demolishing a historic building? Because where does it end? The other begins. I mean, I'm not asking to be difficult. I just don't, how much information do the plans that we have in front of us tell you where you have to sever, without doing, like without, or would the plan be tear up the asphalt and maybe you can kind of see the sides of the building and get a better view of it. I mean, I really, I mean, I can see kind of where the plane would be, but when you demolish, it's not going to be a razor cut. We're talking about, demolition of very lasting materials. It's not going to be, laparoscopic.
That's why
yeah.
I prefer the term selective removals, and that's why James would probably speak to historic preservationists, scholars and architects and contractors use that term rather than demolition, because demolition implies wrecking ball and earth grader backhoes, and that'll be used on the annex. But as you get closer to the hyphen, more precise tools need to be used to disconnect structural elements from each other before they're torn away. That's a very good point, but it's done all the time, and care needs to be taken in terms of the connections at the lower level of the hyphen between the annex and the levee building. The hyphen there, I mean, that structure dates to the mid 1980s, right? So prior to that is the two-story porch that was extant at some point early 20th century. We don't know when that was demolished. So any structural connections there, nothing is load bearing of the hyphen onto the levee building structure. So, they were simply put next to each other so that they didn't fall apart, basically. But we do have structural engineers that will do drawings to guide the contractor in how to do those removals. It's not a carefree process in the least bit.
Well, I know I don't want to at all doom this, because this is located across the street from my office and property that I own. But I would remind everybody that there was a selective removal of the JR Courthouse building, which is a block further down High Street. And that building actually, if anybody has been in Charlottesville long enough to remember, it
Collapsed.
did fall down.
Right.
Yes, despite every good architect and well-intentioned engineer and a good demolition team, it happened. So I guess my question about the archaeological, I mean, it just, besides Mr. Jewett, and that's out of our, I would think that the most important thing to look at archaeologically is in that separation between the levee building and the hyphen and the annex. And I just wonder if, I'm not being very eloquent about it, but it just seems like that moment when you begin to separate those buildings is a moment where there could be some archaeological discovery done. And I just, again, I'm being inarticulate, but it seems like if you're going to find anything, it might be right there.
Well, and I think, the term, two things, you're sort of architectural archaeology, if you will. What is that surface? And there's a map, the 1907 Sanborn map that I had included best shows that porch. And in the Sanborn map, it's really kind of difficult to interpret exactly what it even is, but you can see that it's there in 1907 and it's gone in 1920. So as far as architectural elements that may remain beneath a wall in that vertical surface of the structure, or even descending down into the ground, that would be something that a preservationist or an architect would look at. Archaeology in terms of what is subsurface. The first thing an archaeologist will say is, well, yeah, we can look, but if it's disturbed, we don't know what disturbed it. There are an awful lot of sites in all over town. The old jail is a good example of one that was actually built in an area that the slope dropped greatly, but if you stand on the south side and look north, that you see where it's all graded flat. So dirt was brought in from somewhere, and I was actually involved in that, the dig in that in the courtyard inside, and everything was suspect. Was, well, where did this come from? So that's where again, an archaeologist would be able to kind of lay out a plan and say, what are we looking for? What are we looking at? What merit do we give something? Now, if you got down, I would assume that there was some yeah, Jody, go ahead. You can probably say it better.
No, but you're talking around it. To my mind, my concern is that there should be already an archaeologist as part of this team providing advice about where, what level of archaeological examination should be done, when, where, to talk about waiting until the architects apply for schematic design and have heavy equipment running all over the site between now and then, destroying whatever possible archaeology there is, the features there might be on the site. It's too late. There should be this isn't such an important site that there should have been an archaeologist already part of the team who has done the initial archival research of this area, has made some conclusions about where there are sensitive places, and then provided a plan to the professional team about when archaeology should be done and what kind of archaeology. That's enough said, but that's it's an important site, and the archaeologist should already be helping the design team and deciding how to go about doing their part of this work.
I think we've moved beyond questions. So just for a matter of
I have one other question.
more questions. Okay.
In other other recent projects with demolitions near sensitive historic structures, monitoring and stabilization measures were important aspects of those approvals. And I'm just curious from Eric, or what steps would be taken to both monitor, protect, and preserve the Livy Opera House during demolition that about, and for the board to consider what recommendations, conditions we might want to suggest.
Well, first of all, weather tight. So any penetrations, the roof line, the cornice line of that hip roof would remain intact. So stormwater drainage off the roof would be controlled by the existing structure, but there could be openings in the east facade where the hyphen is removed that would obviously need to be protected from the weather. Any erosion that would occur along foundation lines on that eastern wall that could potentially undermine foundations of the levee building would need to be protected from the weather also, and kept dry so that you didn't have weather erosion and undermining of foundations. So obviously all of those things would need to be done. In terms of movement, we can install crack migration sensors, which are just little mechanical devices that tell you if the building is moving. Those are all things that can be done.
And Eric, just because relying on your expertise, there's also the Jessup building just next door, and then Swan Tavern, which are both incredibly historic resources to the downtown area. My building is only about 100 years old, compared to them, but I'm directly across the street. So I would ask how the demolition is actually done. If I could just ask that for me and for members of the public that may not, I assume you're not going to be dynamiting across the street from me, or are you going to be wrecking balling, or how is it done? And, it's a surgical thing, really, where
It is.
In this tiny site.
Small building selective removals are usually done by site contractors that have essentially backhoes, right? So the arm with the claw on the end that pulls this way. And then, so that the bulk of the work will be done with that because they have the heavy equipment to do it. And that would be monitored by the general contractor. And they also have their own structural engineer on their staff that's responsible for monitoring those means and methods. That's the contractor's responsibility, and they have insurance for that. The owner, the county in this case, also has their own architectural engineering team that would be doing inspections during that process as well. So Does that answer your? No, there's no blasting involved, anything like that, and there's actually a large staging area to accommodate these operations. It's on the High Street side. It's a tight urban site, but the work can be done from the other side, from the south. So there's actually a good staging area to perform the work without being a risk to other buildings.
A quick question again, but what we're looking for is a certificate of appropriateness for just the annex and the hyphen, right? That's it. That's all we're supposed to be considering at this particular time. And we can make recommendations, as I understand it. But I'm looking at some of the language that was provided by staff here. And it basically says what you have to do is make sure that the integrity of the remaining stuff is maintained, is that you can't, and that's just obviously something that must be done. But I don't know how that would approach, and assuming that everybody agrees that this is what's going to be done, the certificate of appropriateness is for this specific building, or this hyphen and this annex. And why are we considering something else at this particular point? Since we're not allowed, as I understand it again, to make any requirements with regard to archaeology.
Well,
or am I misunderstanding?
Well, 2 points. 2 points. One is on the what may or may not remain of the original east facade, the back wall, if you will, of the Levy Opera House, and to what extent what is remaining is protected during demolition. That it's not a that wall, if it is of an original element, is not removed in the demolition. That I think that's one which Sherry is asking about. And then the reason you would raise that here is that, or maybe what could be asked is that that wall, whatever is existing, is the BAR is informed of that, and that in consideration of the future expansion, how that wall is treated, if at all, is incorporated in the design. That's one part. The second piece being the evaluation archaeologically, and I would say I think the applicants made clear that they're willing to do that, and within the project area, and so those are the two. I'm not sure how you, Jody, you do deal a lot more with exposing things behind walls. I don't know if there's a way to express that, but I think, yeah, we're not saying they must preserve something beneath the wall of the hyphen. You're saying we'd like to know if you find it, please don't demolish that without discussion. But as far as everything from sort of that layer of paint east, there's no issue.
But if I may, I'm reading through the regulations, the criterion standards that you suggested here. Under section 34-277, subsection C 1 and 2, under that seem to be specifically saying that you have to protect the east wall of the Levy building. That would be automatically included in anything that we agree to here. And that it just seems that that's naturally part of the procedure for agreeing to a demolition, as they refer to it here, or as Eric refers to it, a selective thing. I'm trying to get what it is that you're particularly worried about, if this criteria or not, if this subsection doesn't already cover that. And that what we should be focusing on, whether or not the annex and the hyphen should be demolished or not.
Am I right in thinking
Would
that
be
some of these
appropriate.
questions are just double checking and making sure? And I think there was some curiosity from the board members as to how this was all going to happen. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes, but I would also say just exploring why we can't make a condition of, I mean, if we can't require archaeological work to be done, we should at least, I mean, anyway, yeah.
I'm following the instructions I was given.
And what I expressed is how how professionally one probably should go about approaching this site because of the importance of the site, but whether or not we have the authority to require it, that's quite a different issue. And so I don't think that we do. I've just made my, what I was describing was the normal professional way of dealing with an historic site like this.
So just as a matter of procedures, I think we've kind of blended questions and comments. Are there any comments from the public? Please use the raise your hand feature or press *9.
Looking at the attendee list, I don't see any raised hands.
Okay. Thank you for that. Or thank you for humoring me on that. So I think we've expressed some comments. Are there other additional concerns or things that need to be addressed?
I can, if you want me to spend one more minute, maybe putting your mind to rest on not archaeology, but selective removals. I've pulled up while you were talking a couple of photos if you'd like me to share a screen to show you how this process actually worked on the Madison County Courthouse building, for which we were the prime architect on. Do I have that permission?
You can attempt to share your screen, but we were having some issues with it earlier, so if it doesn't work, you can send them to me.
Okay, hopefully everybody can see that.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so this is the Madison County Courthouse from the west side. It's the back. It dates to the 1820s, so it's very similar time period of our circuit court in Charlottesville. What we're looking at is a conglomeration of additions dating to roughly 1978. We did this work circa 2006, so it's been a little while since this project was done. All of these areas across the back, which are quite extensive and attached to the historic building, were removed with site excavation equipment. You can see the backhoe tearing all of this off. And then where this chimney was up attached to the building, and then we have all of these openings protected with plywood. These have been sealed with spray foam insulation. So all of the existing facade that was previously concealed has been protected in that photo. And then here you'll see how the site work was ramped up and stabilized against the wall to protect the foundations. And then the final step was installing underpinning against that wall. So this is sort of a similar condition that we have on the east side of the levee building, where a subterranean story will be exposed with removals of existing contemporary modern construction. All the existing stormwater drainage off the downspouts, have been protected and piped away from the back of the foundation. So see how this downspout would have previously dumped right here onto this exposed foundation. It's been piped around away so that this is all basically well protected. So those are the kinds of interventions that the construction team would take with the guidance of the design team. I hope that helps. And all of this would be expected, and I think as Ron was saying, would be part and parcel of just a normal approval of a demolition COA, that this is a given that these things are included by default as requirements in that kind of COA. Hope that helps put your minds to rest a little.
And as long as we in the motion say, not to destroy the east wall of the levee building, I'm confident that the architects and engineers can do that, as Eric has described. That's straightforward.
James?
Yeah, so just one quick thing on the submittal package on, I think it's sheet 3 or 4 or something. It's titled Levy Building Selective Removals Plan. Just to Brecht's question earlier, it does show in the plan view taking out that small concrete stair. I know on some of the photographs that were marked up and shaded, that stair was not included on that shading, but it is shown in the plan. Just figured I'd point that out. And I think in terms of archaeology, where I feel like we were getting a little confused, or maybe I was, it seems to me like maybe one way to think of it is we would recommend archaeology to be part of this demolition COA, especially because looking at the footprint of the later building, it's on top of part of what was the residence at 610, and also on top of earlier Levy building additions. And then we may say something like we would support preemptive archaeological study of the entire project site as the schematic design is developed.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, because that's outside the footprint of what we're approving. And so it's more just, yes, we're forward thinking, we're looking ahead. We support that.
If nobody disagrees, or if no one has additional items to add to this, James, would you like to move that?
Sure. Let me see if I can find the verbiage. Is it the beginning of the package or the end?
James, it's on page 61 of our package.
Great, thanks.
Oh.
All right. So having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including city design guidelines for demolitions, I move to find that the proposed demolition satisfies the BAR's criteria and is compatible with this property and other properties in the North Downtown ADC district, and that the BAR approves the application with the following conditions: that the east wall of the Levy building is substantially protected from damage, and that the BAR recommends archaeological work associated within the footprint of the proposed demolition of the Hyphen Annex, and that the BAR encourages and supports archaeological planning as part of the schematic design development for the larger project site.
And can I add that the demolition includes the little steps up from High Street to the former house that's no longer there?
Second.
Thank you, Sherry. I'll call a vote. Mr. Schwartz,
Yes.
Mr. Zemer,
Aye.
Mr. Gastinger, Mr. McClure,
Aye.
Mr. Lehendro,
Aye.
Mr. Bailey,
Yes.
Miss Lewis,
Aye.
Miss Langle.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank
All right.
you and good night. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
Do you guys want a break? Okay.
Sure.
I see some yeses. All right. 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Go with a 7 or 7.5. Get odd. Prime number.
Trying to be nice to Joe because I think he's going to set a timer for us. All right. So 5 minutes. We'll be back.
Robert, this is Eric. If you want to disconnect me from speaker mode, I'm going to stay on for the parking garage part as I'm just in the public.
Sure. I'll just move you to attendee and then re-promote you when necessary.
You guys hear the school's got out in Charlottesville for tomorrow already?
I don't know. It's 2020. It's like, yeah.
Well, it it usually doesn't take more than an inch of snow to cancel school around here anyways.
No, not when my kids were in the city schools. It'd be like, they're canceling school for that never happens. So, all right.
Well, no, where I grew up in northern Indiana, we got lake effect all the time. They didn't cancel school. The only time they canceled it is like something in the buses froze. Like they put the wrong fuel or something in there. So it got too cold.
How do you give a snow day to virtual school?
Yeah, there's a number of kids that need to go to school to get internet connectivity, or do they even
Okay.
they're learning from the city schools property.
So just to warn everyone, the cats have woken up. So if I lose my internet connection, that's what happened.
Did the Grinch get to them?
Oh, I was strongly debating green face paint for tonight. I even got my Santa hat.
Yeah,
Like this.
people love watching us on Channel 10, so you got to be careful. It's they Devo us, and
I don't think a hat's going to do anything monumental here. I think we need a little levity.
Then I probably shouldn't leave this on for the meeting. Is Robert there? Yes. Okay, so we're all back. All right, so the next item on our agenda is 106 Oakhurst Circle.
okay. So, excuse me. For you tonight, it's a certificate of appropriateness request for 106 Oakhurst Circle. This is within the Oakhurst Gildersleeve ADC district, and the request is for alterations in site work. You all have reviewed this. You've had two preliminary discussions on this, and now it's come back as a formal COA request. This structure was built in 1922. It is a contributing structure within the Oakhurst Gildersleeve ADC district. It's a combination of colonial revival and craftsman style. It has a gabled roof, stuccoed siding, overhanging eaves with exposed rafter tails. And the house also includes a rear deck and a projecting rectangular one-story bay window supported by wooden brackets on the west end. The applicant is requesting primarily the construction of an addition to the rear of the dwelling. The only work, I believe, there will be some site work at the front of the house. Obviously, some alterations with the deck that on the side, the roofing, and my understanding is that the roof shingles will be there are asphalt shingles, and I think the plan is to replace it with standing seam. And as I said, you all have held 2 work sessions on this. You should review tonight whether or not the applicants provided the information that was requested. They certainly have provided a lot of details, information about components and materials that were asked. The couple things that I just noted, and you could probably address these in conditions. For the doors and windows, it appears that an insulated glass product is being used, and with an applied grill. BAR typically requires internal spacing bars for applied grills with insulated glass. Also for the lighting, unfortunately Tim's not here, but I think with this is low lighting and pathway lighting, but they are LED, and the BAR has applied in the past the conditions about the lamping with the color temperature. So that's really all. I recommending approval of it with addressing those conditions, and the applicant is online, and I'll hand it over to him unless you all have any questions for me.
Yep. Excuse me. Good evening, everybody. Good to see you again. I think I'm seeing a couple of new faces. So thank you, Jeff, for the entrees set up. One thing I'll address real quickly is on the windows. Yeah, I think I just missed that detail in the spec piece that was included. I don't think I've ever done windows without spacer bars. So I simply just, it's an oversight. They will in fact have spacer bars. So to put your minds at ease, that's a done deal. Do you imagine there are some questions? I mean, I know I attempted to hit everything on the list. There are a couple of changes to the design, or really, I guess, enhancements that resulted from the previous discussion. I'm happy to address those, but I'm curious to know if there are any pointed questions along those lines of, details or anything that isn't clear or wasn't clear in the graphics.
All right. Well, if you that's great. Yeah. If you don't want to provide a presentation beyond what you've already provided us, are there any questions from the public? Please use the raise your hand feature or press *9.
Oh, I do see a raised hand from Bobby Williams. So I will allow them to talk. You need to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Well, good evening. I'm Bobby Williams. My husband, Peyton, is next to me. I don't know if I don't have audio, so I don't know. I don't have video, so I don't know if you can see him.
It's a webinar.
We are the next door neighbors to this development, or renovation as they call it. It has some serious impact on our personal property as far as visual and noise. My husband, as far as what is going to be an extension of people who will be living over there, 4 cars are going to be essentially in our backyard as far as a neighbor to backyard neighbor, which is again a disagreement, but if it's set up that it can be done, it is what it is. My husband's question is more on the tree canopy, because I know there's a requirement on certain parts of it. And with the number of trees that are going to be coming down to be able to do this extension, as well as the parking area, will the tree canopy be preserved? That's important. Of course, we're mostly upset about the driveway being within 3 feet of our property line and 4 cars that are going to be coming and going at all times of the day. So I'm sure it's been put into regulation that they're giving us the 3 feet that we are allowed between our our property line and the driveway. But with 6 more, well, essentially we're figuring that the 3-bedroom addition along with the 3-bedroom house and the probable addition of the basement that has a full bath that possibly can have another person, we have at least 6 people, possibly more depending on how they break up the bedrooms. And it's just infringing on some of our private space. And, we're not happy about it. But I don't know if the historic part of it has anything to do with the tree canopy, but I'd like that, we'd like to have that addressed.
Yeah, I guess I have the floor. Yes. So, hi, Ms. Williams. So, I imagine that at some point sooner than later we can have a direct conversation, because I do actually spend a lot of time here. In fact, I'm on the property right now, broadcasting from the living room, or what I guess was in fact the dining room originally. So I am happy to address those concerns, and not happy that you're unhappy. So I hope I can maybe allay some of your fears, maybe not all of it, but I do think there's maybe a little bit of misinterpretation of the information on the drawings, or maybe just not quite the proper interpretation. So I guess let me start with the canopy question. The addition that we propose, well, first of all, what we're doing, just to be clear, is converting from a single family to a 2-family. Yes, each has 3 bedrooms. There will be no more than 3 people, at least that we anticipate, in each of the units, because we really expect that this is going to be, medical students, graduate students, and the like, the type of tenants who have occupied this place since the current owner acquired it back in the 90s. So, the addition is positioned, in fact, because no trees will need to be taken to build. In fact, in other words, it's the only place on the site where construction could occur without compromising the trees. Now, one of those 3 oaks that are in the immediate vicinity of the rear of the house is a question mark, if you will, because we're on one hand doing everything we can in the way of the approach to the design of the footprint, the foundation system. That lower level, in fact, does not have any occupiable space, no bathroom. There will be a bathroom, but that's really just to serve the basement level, but there won't be any tenancy at that level. But we're designing this, the structure at the ground, in fact, to do everything we can, as I say, to protect that oak tree that's closest to the house, that's closest to the addition. So the overarching goal is, in fact, tree protection. And that goes for the entire site. We are actually approaching this project with an ecological mindset. In other words, we're going to transform the site, inclusive of removing all of the invasive plants and transforming that rear space, which has become, it's overtaken or nearly overtaken by invasives. It's a big mess. There's a 40-inch oak. The one oak that we're actually taking, which is on the plan, on the site demolition plan, is dead effectively. I mean, it's showing some, an open cavity at the base. It's leaning. It's really got to go. It's a liability at this point. And of course, in order to have any, parking and access to the rear unit, which is really why we're doing it. We need to have access to the rear unit. It's going to be a duplex, and we can certainly do that by right. That tree does have to go. So in a way, it's it's a win-win. We've got to have the access. That tree is sick. It's reached near the end of its life. So, that is just a given in the project. Otherwise, there's a dogwood at the front of the property that is close enough that it'll be impacted by the proposed new access. That access, to your question about, or your concern about the separation, yes, we are having to go right to the minimum of 3 feet from the property line. In the process of getting that access, one of the proposed requests is to remove and rebuild and improve the side porch. And that porch will be shallow, partly because, not just because we need the space to get the access, but because we recognize that that's not a porch where people are really going to be hanging out a lot. It's really going to be in the rear. We're creating a sort of a niche, if you will, between the addition and the existing, where any outdoor activity is really going to be concentrated. But back to your concern along that property line, I have from day one recognized that there's going to be impact, obviously during construction and beyond that. So looking at the site plan, you'll see that we're proposing 2 things that were intended specifically to buffer any kind of activity that happens in that backyard with respect to your property, which is what we call a living fence or a green screen element. So that is intended to, it's a structure that's to support native climbing plants that the ones that I actually have listed in the planting schedule are plants that grow very fast and grow very dense. It's a perfect location relative to solar access. We're coming in with additional trees to add to the buffering that the arborvitae that are there now provide. So the idea is that we want to, for what we do back there to sort of go away, or at least not be omnipresent or in your face. The overarching goal beyond the actual project itself is in fact to be a good neighbor. So I hope I've covered each one of the points. I didn't write everything down, but I was sort of noting as we were going along. Did I miss anything?
No.
Well, actually, having the living fence is good visually, but it has nothing to do with sound transmission.
Or vapors from the tree.
Or, well, yeah.
And I was an environmental officer at National Guard Bureau.
Right.
And part of my thing was sound, noise.
Right.
So that the cars are going to be parked very close to where our not only our outdoor area, but also the bedroom that we have.
Yeah, I mean, we're resorting to having to take up some of that space for parking. I mean, not to unlike what you have in your yard, actually, right? You have cars that pull down into the front yard in your case because your building is set back further, but it's essentially the same condition.
I guess I'm more with 4 cars coming and going. It's just going to be very busy.
Excuse me. Let me just jump in a minute. I'm sorry. I just the item before the BAR is the alterations and changes to the house and not the use. It's the and the design. And I guess forgive me for interrupting, but I really don't want to have a debate during our meeting between applicant and the neighbor. So if we could maybe get through the rest of the discussion and Mr. Schwartz, if some issues that we can address the BAR. I just don't want to lose the.
Thank you.
So the use of the land is not considered to be part of the BAR.
Our purview has to do with, so yes, the parking lot and where it is, we can look at that, but it has to, we can only deny it if it does not meet our guidelines. The same thing with the addition on the back of the house. We have to review it in relation to our guidelines. Uses of the property, we cannot review. Sound, we really can't review. So yes, you bring up some points that we can look at and we can evaluate them based on our guidelines.
Can I say something real quick? Just as a segue, can I say something to the Williams? As I noted in my opening, we can communicate directly on all this. We can do it this week. The owner's going to be in town unless the weather becomes a major issue on Thursday. We're planning to get together here anyway. So if you're available and we have time and the circumstances are conducive, we can talk face to face and work through all of this.
We understand that. So that
We'll do that.
We'll be here.
We'll communicate. I'll communicate with you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
And thank you guys for your comments. I mean, we really do appreciate that.
With that, I will go ahead and I guess demote Mr. and Mrs. Williams back to the attendee list.
Were there any other hands raised?
No, I don't see any other hands raised.
All right.
I didn't mean, forgive me, I didn't mean to suggest exiting folks from the discussion. It's just make sure that just bring the discussion back to where I think, yeah.
And I apologize for not intervening sooner, but kind of want to see where that was going. Okay, are there any questions from the BAR? Maybe we'll come up with questions later. Are there any other comments from the public?
I'm not seeing anything come up.
Okay. All right. Comments from the BAR.
Sorry, mine's more of a question than a comment. I apologize. On the, you can best see it on the south elevation, but where you've got the sort of double stacked little balconies, there's a strong diagonal line. Is that the downspout off the porch that's over that second story balcony on the, I guess, the very rear elevation of the addition?
That is, you're talking about the support column for the balconies, is what you're seeing that's on a diagonal.
Got it.
That's one of the design items from the previous discussion, that there was a concern about what was originally a solid, what I call a wing wall that projected out. And there were some suggestions around potentially opening it up. So I went back to square one and rethought that, and it turns out it works much better opened up, at least architecturally. So yes, so that's an open side versus a closed wall, wing wall condition now. And the column, the lean, I did include this in the little bit of commentary I provided. So the column is effectively perpendicular to the slope of the site. So it's just sort of a little bit of a nod to that, the landform, as well as a little homage to the leaning oak that I mentioned earlier that's going to have to be removed.
Thanks.
Sure.
I guess while I got the floor, I'll just say I think that the hyphen is much more successfully articulated in separating the addition from the original house, and kind of I think it achieved what I think Sonia brought up in the last meeting of kind of trying to really open that up. I don't know if others agree.
Hi,
Yeah, I
Priya.
just want to say I appreciate you addressing our comments from the last meeting. I do like the solutions you've done to the balconies. I think they look really sharp, and I appreciate the more attention you've paid to how the new attaches to the old building. So thank you for that.
Welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready with a motion if it's timely.
I think that's, yes, please.
Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the city's ADC district guidelines, I'm find that the proposed alterations and new construction satisfy the BAR's criteria compatible with this property and other properties in the Oakhurst Gildersleeve ADC district, and that the BAR approves the application as submitted.
Second.
Thank you. I will call a vote. One moment. Mr. Bailey? Mr. Gastinger?
Aye.
Mr. Lehendro?
Aye.
Ms. Langle?
Hi.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. McClure?
Aye.
Mr. Zemer?
Aye.
Thank you.
And I just want to note real quick for the, just for the public that we have not disregarded the parking. The parking in the driveway was definitely something we have discussed and have looked at. And I think this was the best solution that could be come up with. Could happen. And the trees, I guess, yeah, Mr. Farley, you've explained that pretty well with your response that this will be a well forested site.
Yes.
Just didn't want, we haven't disregarded those items. But
No, look, those are as important as any other aspect of this project. So thank you for revisiting that.
Okay. Our next item is, I guess we have a preliminary discussion for the combined courts parking structure on East Market Street.
I'm currently working on promoting the various representatives of this project.
There's, I think we might like double the little squares on the, with all the guests coming. So I gave Mr. Engel a hard time about that the other day. But hey, first off, everybody, I didn't mean to dive in there. It just seemed like it was Mr. Farley was sort of stuck in an awkward situation. Didn't mean to be so abrupt, but and is everybody on? I got Chris, we got Scott, Crystal.
Yeah, if I forgot anybody, please let me know and I can add them.
I think Eric is still listening, but not on. Wait till he hears the archaeology I proposed for this. All right, so this is a project introduction, if you will. It will serve as the pre-application, or I would say it is not a pre-application discussion. There is not a project before us. This is a component of the city and county courts complex that involves the agreement between the city and county to construct a parking structure at currently the empty lot on Market Street and the where Guadalajara and Lucky 7 are located. So and Scott Hendricks, city employee, and Chris Engel also will be kind of presenting the discussion on this. Just a little bit of background. It is 3 parcels: 0 East Market Street, which is the empty lot; 805 East Market Street, Guadalajara; and 801 East Market Street, which is the Lucky 7. All 3 are within the downtown ADC district. Similar to the addition and hyphen on the Levy building, both the Guadalajara and Lucky 7 building are identified as contributing regardless of their historic or architectural character. The applicants shared some information with you all. And so what, in my discussions with them, the presentation is to allow them to introduce the project. And it's, at some point in time, there will be a discussion about demolition. That's not what's here tonight. And then there will be a discussion of the design for the proposed parking structure, which will be a separate COA at a later date. What they are looking for input on it, and they'll get into it in more detail, but this is in developing an RFP for the design. The question that they asked me are, what are the things that are really important to the BAR that we should account for and incorporate in this the design request that's going out? And yes, we could easily say follow the design guidelines, but I had suggested a few things that maybe you all can narrow down. Maybe there's some thoughts or suggestions that would be helpful. And I've listed some of them in the staff report. And you can follow that. And as I said, I think Chris and Scott have a good handle on what they want to ask you. So without that, and there will be no action tonight. You don't need to necessarily express a consensus by vote, but I do want to make sure that we provide as much input as possible on this one. And with that, turn it over to Scott.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you, BAR, for the time to come here. This is a project that the city of Charlottesville with Albemarle County is developing as part of the courts complex that you saw Mr. Antman present on earlier. This is the parking piece. The city's responsible for designing and building it. Robert, are you going to run the...
Sure. I received the slides from you earlier, so I will go ahead and share my screen for that.
Thank you.
And just direct me when to go to certain slides.
Sure. You can go ahead and go off the title page to the next one. So this project is indicated with the little white arrow there and the yellow block. It is in the northeast corner of the downtown controlled district. And if you want to scroll to the next one, Mr. Watkins. And this is the project site as you see it. To the left on the left side of the drawing is 7th Street, intersecting with Market Street, running from left to right. Then 8th Street, under where the word project is, and then 9th Street to the right. This is the entire site, potential site for the project. Not necessarily the footprint of the project, but the buildable area. We can move on, Robert. So the first thing we wanted to do was identify the scope for you guys. This project is part of a memorandum of understanding between the city and county from back in 2018 that directs the city to build this parking garage as part of the courts complex that's under construction. The construction shall begin on May 1st, 2022, and it shall have 90 spaces designated for Albemarle County courts and its users. Another portion to be for the city courts and its users. And the city authority having jurisdiction shall issue an occupancy permit by November 30th, 2023. Those are some key dates of information that this project has to follow. Parking spaces are still in flux, but we expect to be between 200 and 300 based on cost. Initial proof of concept study has indicated that conditions can be generally met on this site that we listed above. And it's expected that 2 vertical conveyance systems would be needed on a project of this size, generally about the same size as Market Street parking garage, a little bit smaller, but footprint wise, not a lot different. Some degree of activity of a primary street front commercial space is anticipated. And we want to talk with you guys more about that as the evening rolls on. Below are highlighted in red or the uses that we see this project perhaps incorporating in the commercial space. Parking garage obviously is one, office spaces and restaurant food service or others that are allowed that may be in play. Okay, Robert. And hitting some of the zoning considerations, highlighted in red, the ones that we're interested in discussing and talking about. We understand the height limitations. I think we understand to some degree the street wall setback regulations. That being said, the slope of Market Street from 7th Street to 9th is about a 14-foot drop. And we are curious to hear thoughts on how height would be measured along such a structure. So very curious about that. And one more thing I wanted to say and make sure I get out there. This is going to be the city's first design build project. Parking garages are pretty well suited to that sort of delivery method. It being our first, we're learning a lot right now about the process, and also wanted to let you guys know that this will be probably the one and only time that you'll see us in front of the BAR. The next time we will be in design and the design build team, which will be composed of a general contractor and an architectural firm in partnership. We'll be making the next presentations. And moving on down to setbacks, I think we understand that pretty well. So Robert, you can move it on. The copy in red is again what we're concerned with. All entrances need to be sheltered and lighted. We can see that, and this is an important one here. D, where any building or development occupies one or more parcel constituting an entire block, courtyards shall be provided. We'd love to hear some feedback about the definition of courtyard as you guys may see it, subject to street wall requirements. So very interested to hear ideas about that or thoughts about that. And of course, off-street loading is required to be not on the front side. Okay, Robert. Some other considerations. It looks like the way things fell out as the guidelines were established over the years that the Lucky 7 and Guadalajara building are to be considered contributing structures and will require your approval before they're demolished, assuming we do get that approval. Move on, Robert. So again, another consideration is 8th Street. An obvious design that may creep up would be that a span of a building is built across the whole length. But we think that some sort of continuity between 8th Street and Market Street are going to need to be maintained. Probably, certainly, I don't think vehicular traffic. But in the areas where we may have one of those courtyard setbacks or separation of facades there, we're thinking that it could provide an excellent opportunity to allow pedestrian access or bicycle pass through, as long as it would coordinate with traffic movement through there. Anyway, 8th Street will probably in some way need to be abandoned and redirected, probably through the alleyway you see that runs from 8th Street down to 9th. That is still something that we have a lot of consideration to make, but we wanted to put that out there for your understanding and consideration. We can move on, Robert. So I think we jumped 2 slides there. We're here to find out what you guys think matters. What's been done right in the city with parking decks. The city owns 2, or at least owns 1 and has an interest in another one. What's been done wrong, what's been done right, what makes you nuts about some of them. And again, they're parking decks. So they're kind of a unique piece of architecture to be dropped down in an urban area. We want to know things like opinions on mass and fronting on primary streets, Market Street, 9th. Are do facades need to be broken up? How could that be handled? We have the 9th Street face, the face of the project to 9th Street is pretty neat opportunity there. And we wonder about ideas about how that could be addressed. It's got a good place for our commercial space. It might be because of the drop in grade from 7th down to 9th. There's also a little trapezoidal sliver of land that sits just adjacent to our parcel that could make a nice little pocket park or landscape element. And again, I'm looking for any feedback, any kind of comments as we go. So feel free to chime in. Again, we want to extract as much information as we can at this first meeting to try to inform our request for proposals, our request for qualifications, and then ultimately our RFP that will go out to those who have been shortlisted. Other items are like the Market Street parking garage has this kind of enclosed facade or face on it versus a more open scenario like you'd see at the Water Street parking garage. Robert, you can go on from there. Again, we talk a little bit more about building facades. Maybe do they differ between those two blocks? The block between where the parking lot is now and where the quad and Lucky 7 sit, or do they differentiate in any kind of way? Street level pedestrian traffic, that's been handled a couple of different ways with the decks we have. Any preferences there? And there's an illustration below that shows that grade change, 14-foot grade change from 7th down to 9th. Again, how would we activate commercial space along a slope like that effectively, architecturally? And maybe it's not activated the full length of Market, or maybe not Market at all, and it's on 9th Street, which has a more flat slope and perhaps a more interesting interaction with the public. Things like canopies, curious to know thoughts about that. And Robert, we can move on here. My tendency when I present is to just rock and roll. So I'm sorry if I'm going too fast, but I know it's getting late as well. Stairs and elevator towers, ideas and thoughts on that, as well as landscaping. Some more examples of parking garages in Charlottesville, a couple of the UVA on the bottom right, and then Queen Charlotte above on the right with the protruding trees coming up through the deck. We're very interested in thoughts on that. And one more, Robert, I think we're getting close. We have some considerations about height, and this is some examples of what's around that site. In context, the three buildings on the bottom are generally in similar height, with the exception of the old Nicky building there, which is 2 stories with a gabled roof, hip roof. And then the ginormous old S&P building up on the right. I'm curious about offsets from that building. It could build up building to building by right, I believe. And then there's a setback of the main portion of building of the basement of the S&P building, which could provide perhaps enough gap to maintain some daylight within that building. Curious about those sort of things. So heights, offsets from the property lines, things like that, we're very curious about. Okay, Robert. And this is a little more discussion about an alley behind the Guadalajara and Lucky 7. You can see it articulated in the survey there. And the photograph on the above right is that alley. Not very functional right now, but probably could be. And to the right there, you're seeing the kind of parapet of the rear of Lucky 7. The photo below is the one that Jeff referenced earlier about between 5th and 6th Street. 6th Street being just to the west of the Market Street parking garage, and how that is used as a way of one-way conveyance through that area. Okay, Robert. And that's it. We wanted to put some information out there, put some questions out there, and leave you with a few humorous images. Not likely to look like that, but the one that fascinates me the most there is that Nash device that Carvana has been so popular and so proud of. That was 1932 that those folks did that. Pretty impressive. So again, I whizzed through that, which I'm prone to do, but I would love to hear feedback. This feedback is going to be really important for us as a team to get back to our design build team once we have that group. So as much that we can, again, extract tonight and any follow-up information that we can get. Again, this is an informal process at this point, and we want to hear what matters most.
Since you guys have your presentation basically is one long list, Robert, is there any way you could email that to all of us? I started typing out a checklist as you were going through it, but
yeah, I'll forward it to you now.
Thank you. Am I okay to allow a public comment at this point? Is that all right? Jeff is saying no.
I was like, I don't know what I was doing, but yes, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this is again, anything that helps construct this better. But I will say, I know some folks are vehemently opposed to this. So similar to the previous discussion, we are, the BAR's purview needs to be understood and
Right. So if now remembering that we can only comment on exterior aspects of the building, and that we haven't really been presented to design, more of questions about a potential design. Are there any comments from the public? Please use the raise your hand feature or press *9.
Lyle Sully Yates has raised his hand, so I will allow him to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Beautiful. Hello, Lyle Sully Yates, 223 10th Street Northwest, former downtown employee. Yes, I know the area well. Very pedestrian friendly, a lot of connectivity. One of the things that works really well here and very few other places in the city, unfortunately. I'd encourage you to think about that very closely as you talk about this. This area works. It works for people on foot. There are a lot of options to keep that working, and I'd like you to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lyle.
Thank you. Rory Stoltenberg, I will allow to talk.
Hey, good evening, BAR. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Keeping in mind, what is under your purview, I'd like to point out two things. First, I'd like to remind you about the 218 West Market Street project, where BAR did require a pedestrian passageway through the building on a site that was not, in fact, yet an existing street. So that is well within your power to do now, and I think it would be a mistake to block off 2 blocks without any passageway in between. And I can say I've been on the place committee or place design task force for over 2 years now. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard architects tell me about the importance of our historic, tightly knit street grid. And I urge you to consider that street grid and the impacts that this building will be having on it as part of that. And I also urge you to go walk down to Water Street and really go, walk right next to that Water Street garage. Take a look at it. See what you feel about the massing. see how you feel about the impact on the streetscape. And keep in mind that though this garage is much smaller in that it will hold fewer than a third as many cars, the impact on the street wall and the length of the street wall will be about the same. So I urge you to keep in mind as you consider this project if the city goes through with this boondoggle. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment, please raise your hand. And I'm not seeing any other raised hands.
Okay. So board, if you want, we can do two things. You guys can jump in as you want, or we can go to their PowerPoint and just go down the list of questions they asked. My inclination is the latter, but
I'm sending you right now the list. That helps. I'm able to put that into a quick email. So
okay. And I've got the PowerPoint in front of me.
Right.
Sherry looks poised to speak.
Well, I was going to say something non-substantive because in our pre-meeting at 4 o'clock, for those of you who made it, we talked about preliminary discussions and how to limit them. And I want to say that Mr. Hendricks has just done the perfect preliminary discussion as we would want applicants. He actually has come to us with a list of questions and inquiries that he wants us to focus on, which is exactly what we want every preliminary discussion applicant to do. I wanted to thank him for doing that because we just talked about this a couple hours ago, and that just was, yeah. Thank you very much.
All right, so yes, and I totally agree. So let's go through their list of questions. Starting with the mass running on Market Street. So they're asking, how 8th Street is handled could provide opportunities for a break in Market Street, perhaps the courtyard space, similar to the break in the Water Street garage. So yeah, how do we want to handle the mass fronting on Market Street? Breck?
I mean, I think this is the really trickiest part of the entire project. This is a massive, long potential facade in a building typology that doesn't yield itself to a lot of differentiation on a tight site. And I don't know if Scott or the others on the project team were listening earlier in the meeting tonight, but we were having considerable discussion about how to modulate a facade on West Main that was only 170 feet long. And it felt really, really long. This could be almost twice as long or more than twice as long. And unlike some of the other parking structures, this one is also right on the edge of the historic district, right up against a residential neighborhood. So this is really serves a number of different functions. It's going to be really tricky. I share the concern about the street grid and pedestrian connectivity, and it's going to take some creativity to modulate that facade in a way that really brings the scale back down to the pedestrian and makes that a pleasant place to walk, and one that honors the scale of the other buildings on Market Street.
And I would add, because I think one of your questions in here was, earlier in the PowerPoint presentation, you had asked about courtyards for zoning. So I guess zoning requires a courtyard, what we consider a courtyard. I do not consider the setback that's in the Water Street parking garage a courtyard. It does not, it's imperceptible almost because it's such a big building. I mean, I had to look it up on Google Earth to remember that it's actually there. So I'm not sure if that would cut it for what we would consider or what I would consider a decent break in the facade. I recognize that's difficult to do with a parking garage, but yeah, I wanted to throw that out there.
Would a passage through 8th Street count as a courtyard? I don't honestly know.
Well, and that's something else that we need to discuss. I think that came up again earlier in the presentation.
Right.
Yes.
How do we feel about 8th Street?
And some of these are zoning questions, not BAR questions, but the rule, as I understand it, was written about properties that filled an entire block, let alone one that might potentially include two. So I think it would be disingenuous to think that 8th Street would count as a courtyard.
Okay.
And in terms of 8th Street, sorry, I know I'm jumping around a little bit, but I think that at the very least needs to be maintained for pedestrian connectivity. I mean, ideally, it would be 2 buildings. We may run into a brick wall with that, but yeah, ideally, I mean, that needs to at least be a pedestrian passageway to maintain some sort of street grid. And then perhaps that alleyway behind Guadalajara is what actually maintains the street grid and allows cars to continue to use 8th to pass through there, as opposed to making it dead end.
Would it be possible to put courtyards on either end of the structure, sort of up against, for example, the what is it, the, I don't know, S&P building, that area there? They were thinking they have a right to build right up to it. Maybe they don't build right up to it, but put a courtyard in that particular space, and then perhaps at the other end as well. I don't know. I'm just, again, speculating.
Anyone want to respond to that? I mean, I'm thinking the point of a courtyard is that you break up the length of the mass of the building. Does anybody disagree with? I know you guys have opinions.
I guess, I mean, I agree. It'd be nice to keep 8th Street open, at least as a pedestrian, but I wonder how you do that safely if it's supposed to be a parking deck and have cars driving across it while people are trying to walk through, unless, as you said, it was two parking decks essentially. Or is there a way the geometry works such that basically it's open for pedestrians on the first floor level and the ramps work up to where the cars will be overhead by the time they get to 8th Street, and so it's like a tunnel, pedestrian tunnel, if you will.
Yeah.
I think James may have something there. Scott had referenced the change in the topo from 7th Street to 9th Street being 14 feet. It seems like in the middle of that, you may be able to do some sort of passageway or open space like that, but still within the height limitation. And maybe we are zoning needs to give you some guidance on that. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if it's the average of the block, or I really don't know. I don't know if we've ever seen topo change that much. It's a major project with 2 city blocks, so it's a long. But I wonder if there's some opportunity for play there with the parking structure going over and allowing the connectivity of 8th Street. And there are a lot of employees, as we all know, at S&P who use both 7th and 8th Street to access the mall and other parts of downtown. That's a major employer, and I used to have an office right across from there. We can't underestimate how many people are out walking on the streets pre-COVID, I would say, because of that single employer, much less all the other employers around the Court Square area. And certainly if you're putting a new court building 2 blocks away, which is the purpose of this, then you've got even more people on the street heading up to the courts, for example, heading down to the mall during a court break, both ways. So.
Let's speak to the massing real quick. So I just wanted to kind of maybe make a suggestion. I've always found VCU in Richmond, I think, has some really handsome parking garages. Specifically, I'd point you to the Laurel Street, Henry Street, and Jefferson Street. You can just do a Google search, look at those images. They articulate the massing of a lot of human scale, with, windows and things like that. Personally, I find attractive, so I might suggest y'all look to those for some inspiration. They also have some bad ones down there. So again, Laurel Street, Henry Street, and Jefferson Street.
I wanted to touch real fast on, and I think Sherry got into this a little bit with the street wall height. As I understand that, I mean, that's not something that we have any say over, because we talked about this on the code building. Their street wall, I believe the city defines a street wall in an absolute term. So they actually had to go to the BZA to get an exception to, they're stepping their street wall along the portion of the mall that faces the Omni, but zoning would require them to step it much more. So despite what the BAR wanted on that, which we were fine with, some variation, I think zoning actually is more of the hiccup on that part.
Can I
didn't want to handle that.
Yeah, can I maybe just offer a little bit of a nudge in a direction here? So, one of the key things that they're going to have to articulate in their design proposal is it sounds like you all a monolithic structure is not ideal. Something that produces some permeability of the street is ideal. Carl, kind of intrigued by that sort of imagining two structures, even though it's not. So that's the one extreme. Now build backwards from that. Two structures could mean there's still some connection, but there's a setback where they meet. Maybe the architecture of the one on the left differs from the one on the right. It's not incompatible, but it sort of suggests two buildings. And then the connection on the upper floors between parking levels is more of a bridge, kind of a floating bridge. And now on the other side, I'm sure there are constraints relative to how many spaces they want to get out of this. We can't, creating two buildings would then create two ramp sequences. But I don't know, I just maybe offer that as a way to sort of work forward, not designing this, but to express from a design point of view what a goal might be that you would recommend.
Perhaps an indentation separating the two buildings at 8th Street, and then the bridge across to the two buildings there, and a pedestrian passage would be shorter and not so dark and under that point. So you could keep the connection that way.
So that addresses, I think, the through component, and how that's designed and how that's width, space. As far as then the two sides, would an idea be two separate buildings architecturally, or does the space between satisfy that differentiation?
And I think it's really hard to comment on the abstract.
I apologize.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. I think we know enough from the proportions of the blocks in the building, the heights that are likely to be here, that it's going to be a challenge. I would just encourage the future applicants to document other adjacent buildings and blocks. We've seen several examples of that tonight and have in the past, and they're useful for these large projects so we can really see it in the context of the adjacent structures. That'll be very telling. And in some ways, there are some larger scale buildings on this end of the mall that help a little bit, but still together, it's a really huge facade. I mean, if you put it would be by far the tallest building in the city if it was turned up on end, and it's going to be the entrance to Market Street. While I've got the mic, I have a concern about the delivery process, and maybe Scott or others could advise on this. I'm very concerned that this project is going to be a design build and that there is not any kind of design direction shown yet. And I just don't know how. I'm just pondering in my mind how that's going to work from a contractually. And I feel afraid that we're going to be put in a box by the time this project comes back to us, that decisions will have been made and contracts have been signed that leave us very little to no room to, as a board, to comment on how it's going to affect the city.
Well, that's a good point. And, we've talked a lot about contract vehicles and how this is going to work. I do know that in the schedule that we've worked up, we have a fairly early BAR in the design process. We expect to be under contract in May or June with a design builder. And shortly after that, we expect to be sitting down with this group with some preliminary concepts of elevations and some materials. It's going to have to start off early. It's the only way we see it. And then we see a return, not too far after that to address BAR concerns. And we're going to structure the contract and the procurement pieces that way so that that's clear to those teams who are interested in submitting, that they don't get to just go out and design this thing to 60 or 70% and then plop it down in the BAR and say, let me have it. It's not going to work that way. They can't.
Well, let's keep going, and we can come back to massing if there's more comments on that. But you asked about the corner of 9th and Market. Not only the piece of land there that'll be left over, but also the use on that corner. Do we have anything, from our guidelines that forces that one way or another? I mean, I think it's important that it's not parking on that corner. I mean, I realize there'll be parking upstairs, but the more that corner can feel engaging with the street, the better, whatever its use is.
Hi. I think it's a little challenging to comment on something really abstract, but I think what Carl was asking, I think I'd like to see that building be some sort of, I don't want it like a literal gate, but I feel like that is sort of where the downtown business area kind of develops. And I want this building to sort of welcome people in. That's really vague, not super concrete, but I don't want it to feel like an afterthought, that it was just something, okay, we need to have a business there to fill that spot. Let's just like tuck some kind of corner store and hope nobody notices it. Like, I want it to be intentional.
We've agreed in our conversations about that seems like a really important space. And when you stand on that intersection and look back up in that direction, visualize something being there, it could be pretty grand.
The upper levels, I guess, still abstract, but open or closed as far as, what we see at the Market Street garage versus the Water Street garage. I think it's important that you don't see the cars. As far as I'm concerned, I think the Market Street garage is much too opaque. And if you're going to do a facade that long, that opaque, that's a problem.
I just took a look at the Laurel Street garage that James was mentioning, and it actually looks pretty good in that regard. It does it looks like a regular building in a certain way, but you cannot see the cars. It's not the very abstract, very concrete Market Street garage at all.
The two images that we discussed when I spoke with Scott and Chris a week or so ago. Market Street offers a what I call it a closed wall, although not necessarily the kind of wall we would envision, whereas Water Street presents itself as open. The Cars Hill parking garage is very open. So that was one of the things I suggested. If there's a, is this a the idea of concealing it? You know, is this a Potemkin village or is this a form follows function? But that open or closed, I think, is something that would be helpful to get at.
Well, if my choice is Potemkin Village, I'm going with that.
I mean, as far as open and closed is concerned, some of the things that concern me are lights. So parking garages tend to be grossly overlit. So how do you keep that from spilling onto the street? And also headlights. I'm not seeing any other comments. So
unrelated and new category comments. As far as sort of maybe taking cues from other adjoining buildings, I think the Herman Key Recreation Center building, named after my friend Herman Key, who served on the planning commission with me, is just a really, it's a nice kind of, what do I call it, Romanesque Art Deco. It's industrial. It's a beautiful building. There's a 2-story sort of arcade, great windows. There's some great fabric on that building that I think, not to mock it, not to, simulate it too much, but there are a lot of cues that can be taken from that building and really could lend themselves to a large commercial mixed-use building like this.
Yep.
And there's a lot of natural light in it too, surprisingly for a gym. It really is a well-lit place inside, as much as it's been sort of carved up for its purposes. So I'll just pass that along to Scott.
Thank you. And thank you all. This has been exactly what we were looking for. So keep rolling.
Well, so we talked a little bit about building facade. Oh, Jody, go ahead.
So I don't have a lot to contribute to this because I find this very difficult to speak abstractly and one issue at a time without, as a designer, you would tackle everything at once and have it all balance and work together. The two things that are most important in my mind with this building, because of its location and it's the importance of the pedestrian access along the street, and the engagement between the building and those pedestrians. So to me, we need to have commercial activity on 9th Street and on Market Street. We need it to be open. I love that permeable word. And also that needs to be a pleasant, very nice pedestrian experience. We need street trees. We need canopy street trees. Yep. And we need to have a wide enough sidewalk to be able to invite pedestrians and have it feel comfortable. Those are the two things I'm most concerned about with this project. I think our guidelines, zoning regulations, we've got plenty of other items that the architects are going to need to pay attention to, and that help us then guide them as they get started trying to design the entire complex. It's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very challenging. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes back from it.
Thank you, Joe.
Go ahead, Sonia.
Can I just add a little bit to what Jody said? Just with the pedestrian safety, I think one of my issues with the Water Street garage is when you walk down 2nd Street, I feel like I have to be constantly looking back and forth for cars turning in to either into the building, out of the building. They're coming both ways on 2nd Street. It doesn't feel like a safe block to walk down in terms of I have to be watching all these cars around me. And so I'm not an urban planner. I don't really know what the solution to that would be, but that there would be a sense of how would a pedestrian travel through a space and how are they going to interact with all the cars that are going to trying to be accessing the garage.
One way to think about this is that you already have a street intersection. So the entrance is it's not a new vehicular way on the street. It is an intersection that exists, and sort of treating it as such, then, you know, and not something new that we're punching into the sidewalk. That could help in that. That's where it gets back to that establishing that block length that, you know, I've hit the end of the, instead of I've hit the entrance to a parking garage. And I agree, Sonia, that's the same thing I feel like on the 2nd Street side of the Water Street garage. But yeah, that this feels like I've hit an intersection and I behave as I would at the end of a block. And I don't know if that's something that's a design component to express, but just putting it out there.
And I thinking about Water Street and the fact that they have commercial on the pedestrian sidewalk, and even Market Street has a little bit of it at the corner. Both of those situations, though, I don't think they're very successful because they're recessed, they're in Antis, and you have a hard time. I forget that there's even activity in there. You got to really look for it. So that's where just having it there is not enough. It needs to be engaging.
At the risk of repeating James's observation about the Laurel Street garage, the point is they have all that commercial right on the street where you can see it. And that's I think it's a pretty good design.
And I think what you get in the Water Street garage is the retail, because it's so shallow, is forced to be, you know, office uses and not really retail uses, because it is that, like, if that arcade would be great if those were all, you know, groceries and restaurants and, you know, fun places that people going in and out. But because it's such a passive use, which you're probably going to get in the very limited retail space that you're providing, or that it looks like you can provide on this, yeah, being set back, it doesn't really do anything. So I guess I'm just adding exactly what Jody just said. Sorry to repeat. If you could get a much more active use, that would be fantastic. And I'm not sure that's how possible that is. Breck.
Just one other design component that I think is important as we think about this as a gateway building. It's not just kind of as you enter Market Street, but the Belmont Bridge project, as it gets built and even as it is currently, is a major threshold to downtown. And when you come over that bridge, you'll be looking right at that eastern corner of the building, really the eastern third to the of that block. And it's going to be a major you know, introduction to downtown Charlottesville. So I'd encourage you to keep that viewpoint, the views from that new project is in mind.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean, if anyone else wants to just jump ahead and talk holistically about this, please do. I'm not trying to constrain anyone by going through a list, but I do want to make sure we kind of hit on other points before the night's over. All right, so I think we talked a little bit about building facades, and we don't really have an answer for you, it sounds like, as far as whether it's one side is different from the other. We've talked a little bit about street level pedestrian traffic, you know, the porosity being the key word, and activity. Grade change along Market Street and the possible, so you're asking how will you get an active retail front with the grade change? Personally, I think that's a puzzle for you guys. You know, what is it? What's the street that's Oh, where the Southern is and goes under Kaspari, maybe, or between the, the Dewberry Hotel, and, maybe that's something that could be looked at a little bit. That's maybe a little too tight for right there, but I don't know. That's one way that people dealt with changing grade.
Yeah, right. And maybe there's an opportunity to find the good spots. We've talked about 9th Street and that corner down there. If there was commercial that wrapped that corner in some sort of nice material and went all the way back to the alley almost, you get a really nice square of a footprint right there for perhaps a restaurant on that corner. And then maybe you move up to the block between 7th and 8th to have another piece of commercial space with a gap. You see that in urban areas quite a bit. And maybe that's the way to handle that slope.
I think you've heard from us about street trees and landscaping. Does anyone want to comment on the corners? I think that's up to you guys to come up with a good solution, but they're asking about, there's the Water Street Garage has the big prominent stair tower. I think the corner needs to be something great, but I'm not sure if a stair is worthy of that word. But I don't know, anyone else?
Stairs or elevator seems to be the wrong thing at the corner, not taking appropriate advantage of the corner.
Thank you.
I agree, but at the same time, trying to emphasize the upper stories of that corner, even with just some sort of architectural element. To Breck's point, it's sort of coming over that bridge that's going to catch your eye. But I agree, that's not the spot for this, but you want the retail down on that first floor.
James, I had a real hard time hearing you.
I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm not on my normal mic. I think I'm just supporting what they were saying. Basically, that's southeast corner. Am I right?
The 9th Street.
Yeah. Supporting the retail there, but at the same time, using some sort of architectural feature on the upper stories, because that's what's going to catch your eye.
Thank you.
Perhaps an architectural feature mirroring the gym across the way in some way.
Ron read my mind. There are a lot of vertical features on that building that are quite attractive.
Does anyone have any concern one way or another how close this is to the neighboring building, the SNL building? I think if you have a gap, it should serve as something. Otherwise, don't have a gap. If it's just an 8-foot wide alleyway, it's going to be kind of not good.
Right.
Pedestrians won't want to walk through that if it's slammed between 2 brick walls. And I guess the alley behind Lucky 7, does anyone have any strong thoughts one way or another on that? I mean, I think it would help with the connectivity that you might be losing for vehicles on 8th Street, but that's me.
Remind me, is 8th Street one way at this point, or it is? Okay, so then you would just continue the flow. Okay.
And it seems like that elevation on the alley side, that's not just an alley elevation. That elevation is visible from other buildings and from the street even, I believe. There's open areas there. So that's not a throwaway elevation.
Right.
Maybe that alley could be closed, which would half it, with the northern half going to Carter Gilmer. It's a condominium, but maybe they could use it for buffer. And maybe the rest going to this project. I mean, unless it's needed for something, it just seems like that could add some square footage with this project being so tight. It could add some square footage, it seems. And I don't know where the city is with alley closings. I know there's been some change in policy and approach to some of that, but anyway, might be worth somebody looking into.
Yeah, I feel like a traffic engineer might want to look at that too, though, because currently you've got 8th Street dumping into what street are we on? Sorry. Market. And you'd be turning all that traffic out onto 9th Street, which is already very busy coming to this corner. And a lot of people wanting to turn right there. So I'm not a traffic engineer, but you might talk to one.
That's probably a really good point, James. Maybe you can keep the vehicular connectivity through 8th Street and still have, a way into the garage on the other side. Or I guess, your designers will tell us if they can't, but that would be a nice goal to keep that street as functional as possible. And again, at the
Would that be the first tunnel in the city of Charlottesville?
Hmm?
Would that be the first tunnel in the city of Charlottesville? It might be too much engineering for a short block.
I think we're at the end of the list. Are there additional comments, or do you guys have additional things you want to follow up on?
As to follow up, I'm pretty happy with what we've gotten so far. The feedback's been good. Thank you. I knew it was going to be a little awkward because this is not an usual way to do business at BAR, but we really did want to come up here and talk to you and just get a feel for what you guys are thinking, your first reactions to this, and we've gotten some good information. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
As it comes to mind and you jot it down, feel free to push anything through Jeff and his team, and they can get it back to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
But no one asked about the Lucky 7 sign. I'm really crestfallen here. Thought I had
one more question I did want to ask, and if our intention is to remove Lucky 7 and Guadalajara, is anybody's knee jerking about either one of those buildings?
No.
Just put the Lucky 7 sign in Jeff's front yard, okay?
Along with Guadalajara Fountain.
Yeah, it's an IPP. I'd have to apply to you guys. Darn, I thought, and I was banking on Jody and James really saying, this is really an interesting icon and all that. So, shows you, I that's why I don't bet.
I think you could retain the Guadalajara Fountain for whatever courtyard you figure out.
My thoughts precisely, James.
Yeah.
Okay, Scott, Chris, follow up as much, this is all on tape too. We can, and guys, there is some, as far as I think I had asked, well, can we review the RFP? And there are some procurement issues, so that's not really open to a public discussion, I think. So, but this is helpful. And I said, Scott, Chris, if you've got any follow up, let me know.
Thank you very much again, everybody. We appreciate it.
Scott, thank you for coming and getting our input. Really appreciate it.
Likewise. We appreciate it too. Good night.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night.
All right. Let me get to my wrap up. Yeah, I had spoken last week or a week or two ago, and I think I said, the BAR is not really big on, an empty canvas. What can we put on it? So, so yeah, a little bit my fault there for sort of encouraging, putting some images up and getting some reactions to it. And so thank you. And the last things we have here on the list, excuse me, we went through a couple things earlier. We have the COA discussion, which we wrapped up. I will, get some input on that and share that with you from what people up above me say. We had the preservation awards. We had discussed, I think really what I, in the emails, were the titles I used, or were the, I don't know, any, if maybe I'll send those out again and we can get another look at them and sign them. But I know we don't really want to get into that this evening. The next thing I do want to get back onto our work agenda is we do have to take a look at the design guidelines. We and again, that's on us, Robert and I, to get those out to you where we are, where things stand, and also to take a hard look at that preservation plan. I think I shared in the summer, just to make sure that, as the city's going through its comp plan review, that, we don't lose sight of things that are important that need to be included. So, but those will be looking to January to discuss those. The last thing I had, and I know I mentioned it earlier, but I did want to say it, live here on Channel 10, but right after Thanksgiving, the federal, the National Park Service did list the Jackson P. Burley High School on the National Register of Historic Places, and very, it's a lot of the folks that I worked with on that, Jimmy Holland particularly, and some of his fellow alumni. Tremendous amount of energy and enthusiasm that has really meant the world to them, and I thanked him profusely for just letting me go along on the ride. So yeah, that is now on the Virginia Landmarks Register and on the National Register, and what we'd like to do next is have some sort of ceremony, but Jimmy agreed, we hopefully COVID will be out of the way and we can do it publicly. So, but that's good news. And I maybe had mentioned before, I know we're going to do that work with CLG grant on the local cemeteries, but because of COVID, we suspended that. So if there was anything there, but the last thing I had on my list, I know we usually this time of year have a holiday gathering. Not sure that's going to happen. So I'm going to go for 2 in 2021 if if you all have any interest in that. And otherwise, I see we have a place update. I know, Carl, you and Tim were.
Yeah, I guess Tim didn't get anything Tim didn't make it to that meeting. The only part that I know about it is there had been a little bit of discussion of doing some sort of walking tour of West Main Street. We need to do that anyways, kind of for a lessons learned. We've been talking about that for a while and it just doesn't seem to happen. So
we cannot,
we can't walk together. I get that.
Can we Google Drive the car?
The idea is, at least for place and for the bike ped committee, would be to do at least I think this is the idea, it hasn't been confirmed yet. Write up a walking tour and then have an online discussion afterwards. But I don't know if you guys want to be part of that. I don't know if are we going to see the West Main Street project again? Is it going to come before us after it gets value engineered, assuming it's still going to happen?
Well, they don't have a COA, do they? Or do we?
I don't know what they have. I don't know what they need.
This was I'll have to go back and one of these discussions we've had about where I've and both internally, I think with you all, that there are certain things that make sense to have a COA. I said that a streetscape project's a little odd. It's a it's like saying, oh, a neighborhood plan is going to come to the BAR. And so I think the idea is that the BAR has we should be involved. I should be involved from the get-go. We should be providing input, but I think I have a difficult time with saying that, something the community's been working on for 2 years, the BAR can step in and say, no, don't do this or don't do that. As far as what's going on with West Main, I'll be very honest, I do not know. I mean, this is one of the disadvantages of not being physically in an office is, I don't know where things are. I do know that there's been some criticisms, there's been some questions of whether it should be even pursued or not. I simply don't know what the schedule is for it. The current approach is to do it in phases, and where those phases will ultimately overlap also, we don't know. So I think, the comment you made tonight about 612 West Main is to, assume, I guess I would say to someone, assume that what is currently there in the sidewalk is not going to change in the foreseeable future. That maybe is the best assumption.
Well, so I guess the question to everyone is, would you like to be, if allowed, would you like to be involved in the place walking tour with the Bike Bed Committee, which is basically going to see, they're going to look at the aspects that are part of the plan to kind of understand, are these necessary or not? Or should we do a separate one for ourselves? I do think we need to do that at some point to look at the buildings that have gone up recently and understand this works, this doesn't work.
You all are a different creature than place, and the council has recently kind of named or recharacterized some of the committees. So my understanding is I am not allowed to coordinate a in-person meeting, period. And so and nothing's changed in that. In fact, things have gotten worse given some of the recent news. So I can't coordinate that, and I can't ask you all to. Sorry.
And I coordinate that with my fellow board members, and this would not be an in-person thing. This would be, you'd walk it individually, and then maybe there'd be an online meeting.
Oh, absolutely. That's something we could do. Absolutely. And I said the beauty of the Google Man is we can even, revisit it. But no, a walking tour is not something I, can even pretend I heard about or didn't hear about.
I think that would be good to do, Carl, and I think it should be separate from the bike ped. I think we'll be looking at different things.
Got it. All right. Well, we'll figure out a time to do that on our own then.
And just for the record, can I add, just based on Jeff's comment about BAR coming in and stepping in, I would like us to try to describe ourselves not as something that's separate from the public. We are an extension of the public, being volunteers, and we are, in a way, our regulations allow us to ensure that the promises made by the city in the earlier designs are actually followed through all the way through to the end of the project. So I think that's an important, the streetscape project is going to have an impact on a huge number of historic properties and historic districts within the city. We reviewed the Belmont Bridge project. We would review anything on the downtown mall. I think we absolutely have a role in ensuring that project doesn't damage our historic resources.
Yeah, you have a role. There's no COA, and this came up with the Emmett Street streetscape on the Planning Commission. And you said I've offered input. Haven't been directly involved heavily, but I've offered some input. I know you all have an involvement in the East High Street streetscape plan, but it is something that the internally neighborhood development sort of struggle with. Was, well, what do we do? And I came down to we need to be involved and we need to be informed and proactive, but to offer the BAR a sort of a veto at the end of a long, I said we shouldn't be put in that position, or the BAR should be in that position, right?
But it's also it's like an SUP recommendation to the Planning Commission. It's not a veto, it's a recommendation, and council can always say, right, no, you guys, we got to do this.
Right. And the bridge was
right. We're going to do what the public wants and not the BAR.
Yeah.
That's their purview. But at least we get to have our formal say that this is what impacts the ADC. So at least it's put in the record that, that process has been followed.
Yeah, the last time there was a work session, it has to be over 2 years ago. And
I mean, they've formally presented to us before, at least twice.
As certificates of appropriateness? Were that?
No.
No. Okay.
The bridge was a structure, and that's why it was.
Well, no, that West Main came to us in a formal setting in council chambers, like a certificate of appropriateness. I don't know that we made an action. No, we probably did have in the same way we approved massing or we used to.
Yeah, okay.
Massing.
Yeah, there's no COA.
No, okay.
And as I said, I'm okay with that in my that because it's there's a lot more to. I don't want to get to the end of a project and bring it to you guys. The same sort of situation we had earlier discussion on. But the question then is, how does the BAR maintain that connection to that discussion? I mean, like right now, honestly, I don't know a whole lot what's going on with the East High Street streetscape project. So, maybe I should, but let's figure out how to do something, put together something, and I guarantee you, Carl will say where we should look up and see that air conditioning unit that was supposed to be screened. I used to always say in construction, nobody looks up except on their bedroom ceiling, and Carl has proven me wrong. So, yeah, put that together, and I think it's worthwhile. And let's not talk about COAs for streetscapes right now.
Real quick comment before we go. Ron, did you said you did not get an email for the Zoom invite. So I would have gotten it yesterday from Brian Wheeler. If you did not get that, then Jeff and Robert, can you guys figure out?
I will check again, but I was looking and trying to find something relevant to the BAR, searching my email accounts, and nothing showed up at all.
Okay, I'll check on that. I'll check on that tomorrow, Ron, but just to confirm, it's supposed to go to your email address at reason.com.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll check on that tomorrow. I'm sorry you had issues with that earlier.
Well, good news is there was Channel 10, so when y'all came up, I'm going, I guess there is a meeting. Perhaps I should go to it.
Yeah.
We're popular. People like the entertainment.
Would anyone like to move to adjourn? I
moved.
Second.
All right.
All in favor, leave the meeting. Happy holidays, everybody.
Bye.
Happy holidays.
What would happen if you all didn't vote to adjourn? It's like, what's the?
We would go to bed still.
Forever, Jeff. We wouldn't let you.
Sorry. Legal hell. All right, guys. Have a good one. Have a good holidays. I know I'll talk to most of you, but take care. Thank you.